What's up, folks? How you guys doing? I don't even have anything ready here, but I will. Give me 1 second. There we go. It's finally showing my real face. Good. Any fucking filters, dude. Okay, let's go to, we'll go to YouTube. All right, perfect. Let's see. Perfect. Perfect. Here we go, guys. So, don't mind me.
Our main show for today is it's going to be a doozy. There's a lot going on, and let me give you a quick preview.
Best place to come for your news.
There is reporting coming out of TMZ that there's police activity going on at Epstein Island right now. Right now, and it's not entirely clear what it is. We're going to be looking at a whole bunch of posts, videos, commentary, analysis, and updates on what exactly is happening in Iran, what exactly is happening with U.S. forces, what is up with these fucking paintings of planes that we've been bombing. We're going to be taking a look at the conflict map, which has a whole bunch of updates and a whole bunch of new features like video sources only, which will allow us to quickly scan through all of the most recent video updates from the conflict zone. And we'll clear up some of the view too, so that it's not so messy when we get into that. We'll get to that in a little bit. And then we will check in with a couple different creators on updates. Probably not that one. This one was cool. We might watch this one. And there is an official press briefing from Pete Hegseth and Top General Kane, that I watched this morning that is pretty dry, pretty lame, and probably all fucking propaganda, but we'll watch a part of that at least, maybe all of it we'll see, and see what we get out of that, and see if we can't sort of hold a little accountability to the press here, to the story that's going on here. Because here's the way that I look at it. This is just how I look at it. Because I exist in the Western world, I live within the Western media landscape. And so that means that my media environment is skewed towards Western propaganda, towards pro-America and pro-Israeli perspectives. And the baseline of the information space that I'm interacting with, and probably most of you are interacting with, is all skewed towards Israeli lies. Just to put it plainly. And so I feel a duty to look for the other side. And so I tend to look for sources that are contrary to that Israeli American mainstream, right? Not because the other side is necessarily more authentic or more honest at all, and not because it's necessarily like a better side or righter or anything. Although I do feel pretty strongly that Israel has a way too much of a reputation for lying, and I don't trust a single fucking thing that an Israeli says. But also just because it's so fucking easy to go out and get the American propaganda line. That's everywhere. We all see the American propaganda line. It takes no skill to dig up the American propaganda line. Here, I'll tell you in like 3 lines. America's the shit. We're bombing the hell out of them. They have no chance. We're going to destroy everything. Iran is cooked. Israel gets whatever they want. Now let me put their dick back in my mouth. That's pretty much the American line through and through here. So that's easy. We get it, right? So the goal with how I'm trying to cover this and how I'm trying to understand it is to understand all the alternative reporting, all the open source, independent reporting around it that decodes what is lies and what is truth, what is propaganda, and what is actually happening when America says that our posture is so strong and we're doing so good and we're delivering strong, fighting for blah, 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 Pete Hegseth bullshit. Like, how much of that is fluff and propaganda and how much of that is real? Who's actually winning? What are the actual odds? What are the actual casualties and numbers and all that? And obviously trying to decode specific Israeli lies is really useful as well. So that's how I'm coming at the reporting. So you will see a bias in how I track it, what my sources are, what I'm looking at, because I'm inherently trying to counter the bias of the American media landscape. And obviously, you all know that I have a very strong anti-Israel bias because fuck those perverts. Sue me. So that's where we are at. And obviously, you all know, but we'll just say it every day. I am not a fucking expert at this. Okay. I don't know shit about the complexities and inner workings of Middle Eastern geopolitics. I'm not an expert in global warfare. I'm not an expert in any form of warfare. 90% of the fucking commentators out there making videos aren't either. Okay. Let's get that straight. And from where I'm sitting, it sounds like fucking 90% of the people waging this war, at least on our side, aren't experts at it either. Because it doesn't sound like it's going super great. So
we have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
To start a podcast with Riverside, all you need is a concept and a way to record it. Here's how it works. First, go to riverside.fm and open an account, and then you'll be able to capture high-quality video and audio from practically anywhere in the world. When it comes to editing, Riverside is perfect for beginners. Even if you have zero experience, you can use their AI tools and intuitive editing features to create a professional-looking result. You can get transcriptions automatically and use them to edit like a doc, or you can use the chapter timeline feature, which makes it way easier just to skim and scan. Ready to share? Well, it's okay if you don't have an audience yet. Everybody starts somewhere, and Riverside has perfect tools to help you grow your audience, like live streaming if you're into that, or you can use their AI tools to create automated short clips that you can post on YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, and TikTok to increase your engagement. Your podcast really is just one click away with Riverside. Just bring your idea, we'll do the rest. Try it now, it's free.
I say that just to mean that I hope you're not coming here looking for an expert to tell you what's happening. That's not what you're going to get. I don't think you should be tuning into very many people for that perspective because there's not a lot of them out here. I'm just a regular dude trying to figure out what the fuck's going on and learning. And if you want to come here and learn with me, come to the right place. And we're going to do our best to decode the information and look through the sourcing and understand how to understand these sorts of complex information spaces. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do it together. And hopefully, by doing so, not only are we going to learn what's going on-ish, but we're also going to learn how to learn what's going on.
Good.
And we're all going to practice it together.
Good.
Because unpopular opinion in the streaming platforms, unpopular opinion in the streaming world, but it's not cool to be a retard. There, I said it. It's not cool to be a brain rotten, dumb piece of shit. It's cool to be smart. It's cool to know what the hell you're talking about and to know what's going on in the world. And I think that more young Americans should probably figure out what the hell's going on. Because if you are a dumb, uninformed kid, you are just a manipulable little tool for the pieces of shit that run the world. And they'll just sell you all their poison, and they'll just mind control your little brain, and they'll just pull your little strings with all of their media and social media and pop stars and music and movies, propaganda left and right. They know exactly how to target the uninformed, young, malleable American mind. So, all of my Goyim friends, it's cool to be smart.
Okay.
And if you're like me, you're not incredibly smart, and that's fine. That's fine, dog. I don't know shit.
Right?
But
you need to learn, fool.
We still persevere. We try. We try our best. And every day we become a little less retarded.
Straight up.
And ain't that good? Ain't that something to celebrate?
Yeah.
Hey, chat.
Drink some water.
Hey, chat. Goyim unite. Yeah. Goy lives matter. Goyim not so dumb. The Goyim are waking up. And part of waking up is taking responsibility for your information space. Part of waking up is taking responsibility for the fact that if you don't know what the hell's going on, someone is controlling your mind. Sorry. Floating around in an island setting. He won his Texas primary last night for the comptroller after Trump had endorsed him. And he's apparently doing construction on Zorro Ranch instead of searching the ranch for bodies. So,
okay, let me find something.
In the Epstein war for Epstein's masters, I'm just presenting lots of information, largely information that is counter to the mainstream American narrative, because that's easy. That's everywhere. Fuck that. If you want to trust the world's leading regime, empire, warmongering, fucking military industrial complex, if you want to believe their propaganda, be my guest. I don't think there's ever been a time in human history when the biggest empire in the world ever was telling anyone the truth. So, yeah. And yeah, we are bombing Ecuador now. Yeah, I did see that today. Because obviously,
you're kidding, right?
What? 7 wars is not enough? However many wars we're now in. I mean, I don't know if Israel's wars count as our wars now that we're in a war with Israel, literally, officially. But yeah, got to bomb them all. Got to bomb them all. Right? Yeah, they're doing counter narco terrorist operations in Ecuador is what's going on. Right. So, on to our first source. This is being posted directly by Representative Jason Crow. Ex-Army Ranger. He's a Colorado congressman. So I don't know. It looks like he's a Democrat from Colorado. I don't know. I don't have any background on his political leanings in any more depth or granularity than that. He is a Democrat, so take that into account. But here is what he has to say.
They are lying to the American people. That is what is happening here.
That's a hell of a voice, bro. But let's not be judgmental.
There is no intelligence. I want to be really clear. There's no intelligence that shows an American people.
Jack Smith. So the Democrats are trying to put me in prison. They run show trials on HBO.
It's the globalists. It's the Chi-Coms. It's the globalists. It's the globalists. But when Trump's a globalist, I don't care. It's the global. It's not the Israel. These people are obsessed with Jews. What did he also say? He said Ye was on 5 hits of MDMA when he was talking about Hitler. He was on 5 hits of MDMA. It's the globalists. It's not the Israelis. It's not the Israelis. No. Now what?
So obviously, it's not that I'm being paid off by Trump. I've been persecuted for supporting. So I want to now pay out on this. I want to save the country, secure the border, find the missing kids. I want to believe, but I'm not in a cult. I'm not delusional. So I was like, I'm critical. This is overall good, but and now I'm just like, now I'm having to think of the off ramp. We talked about this privately. You're targeted too. They're going to kill you at your house. This is your name's Nick J. Fuentes. I'm Alex E. Jones. We're real people. We're under attack. So we're in the real world. You do what you think's right. I do what I think's right. You're not paid by people. I'm not. We're just our fans. So to me,
Nick is always on these. He's always like, it's good.
Needed Trump as my lifeboat may not be perfect, but it's the lifeboat I've got. And I'm watching it sink by its own doing. And so this is horrifying. And so, but I can't sign on to covering up Epstein. I can't sign on to World War III. And so that's why I tried to promote optimism, because I fucking need this, man. Like, I want to fix the country. I want to turn it around. So it's not that I was delusional. I still hope we can turn it around, but I just, sorry, go ahead. You get what I'm saying?
I get it. And listen, like I said, I don't think that everybody that supported Trump was being dismissive about these concerns. I get it. We all wanted to believe. I was 18 years old when Trump ran in 2016.
Same here. The only time I ever voted for a president was 2016. I voted for Trump.
Wow,
I believed it.
18 years old when I voted for Trump.
I voted for Trump in 2016. He was talking about no new wars. He wanted to put America first. He didn't want America to be infiltrated by foreign governments, and he was very critical of Hillary Clinton for taking money from super PACs. Originally, I was a Bernie Sanders supporter. I was canvassing for Bernie Sanders. He was a Democratic Socialist. He's a Jew, but campaign.
Trump was an outsider.
He was an outsider, and he wasn't submitting
Trump was Jewish a long time ago.
Super PACs.
That's just fine.
And then they rigged it, and they had Hillary run for the DNC.
Trump converted to Judaism a long time ago, son.
So like, okay, I can't have Hillary. I can't support this. Trump was the other outsider. So I voted for Trump in 2016. And then people look at 2024. I've said this many times. I was very critical of Trump the entire campaign. I said, no, you can see all the tweets. I said, no warrant around. And then I realized he was going to win. It became clear. You looked at the polls. You're like, closer to the election, it was clear he was going to win. So my strategy was, let me get as many MAGA people as possible to come over and realize that they're being completely subverted by Israel. And so, yeah, I did say that Trump was going to not go to war with Iran. I wasn't completely confident of that, but that rhetoric, I was hoping that he was, I was trying to get that to be part of the message and to reiterate that. But I can understand why a lot of people think that was incorrect. But even the bigger point is, anybody who supported Trump in 16, 2020, or 2024. In 2020, part of the reason I got banned on YouTube was I said that the election was rigged against him. And that was a YouTube misinformation policy. The people that were supportive of Trump, right now, he said no new wars. He lied to you. It's okay to admit people made mistakes. We made mistakes. And I think what was effective and what was the goal was on the day that he won, that night on election night, I was there wearing a MAGA hat with the American flag around me. And I was saying, America first cannot happen while supporting Israel. And I debated Rabbi Shmuley, and it went around everywhere. And he's there, why are you anti-Semite? I sell dildos with my daughter. And I'm looking at him. I said, you love Israel so much, fuck off to Israel. You sell dildos with your daughter. Israel did 9/11. We need to put America first. And the goal was to signal to all those people, hey, you guys are patriots. You want to put your country first. These people like Rabbi Shmuley, selling dildos with my kosher daughter. Michael Jackson's a pedo because he said that the Jews control the music industry. These people are who control everything. Guys like Rabbi Shmuley. So Trump supporters just need to admit, let's fix this. Oy vey. Oy vey.
And I remember getting in fights with people. This is my whole life too. At 18 years old, I wore the MAGA hat at Boston University, one of the most liberal campuses in the country, and became a pariah on my college campus.
something you sacrificed. It's sad to see something you fought and bled for die.
I thought that was the TTS. Alex Jones was crying and then he interrupted Nick. Like, let him cook.
Yeah. And, you know, that's my whole adult life. I know that's a huge part of your life also. And now we're witnessing it's totally unraveling. It's an utter and complete betrayal. It's heartbreaking in many ways.
And when I try to salvage it with people, I get attacked as a liberal. When these people doing that can't even find Iran on a fucking map.
Alex Jones pointed out the strategy. So they're trying to make Iran war a right-left issue. They're saying, yeah, the liberals hate this. Liberals hate this. Like, yeah, these libtards hate it. And they post videos of like Iranian girls stripping naked on Instagram. The Western Iranians twerking on the flag, crying. And look how happy they are. Libtards mad. I'm like, wait, isn't this liberalism? Girls in bikinis with the Iran flag on their bra. What are we talking about? And I think that's why a lot of people who still support Trump refuse to admit that he's wrong, refuse to admit that they were wrong, because they're buying into propaganda that this is a right-left issue. No, it's not. Right-left, that I've been saying this all year long. I don't follow right-left. Democrat, Republican. It's all the same. It's either you're pro-war, anti-war, pro-Israel, anti-Israel.
Basically,
that's the real right and left. It's not right or left. It's right and wrong.
People that don't know too much about Trump, but I've been supporting him since 2015.
It's not right or left. It's right and wrong. The species is different. So look at JFK. So JFK, again, you guys know this. JFK was the first president to want to investigate Israel's nuclear program. Right? Israel was founded in 1948, and by 1963, Ben Gurion was still the prime minister of Israel. JFK sent the paperwork and said, I want to investigate your nuclear program. Ben Gurion resigns. They put a new prime minister, and then JFK is assassinated publicly in Dallas. Brains blowing up with the car. You guys see the video. Jackie Kennedy crawling off the car. The paperwork was never signed. The paperwork was never filed. The paperwork, it didn't go through. The nuclear program was never investigated. History is important because now they are saying Iran can't have nukes. Iran can't have nukes. But when JFK wanted to investigate Israel's nuclear program, never happened. So we can assume Israel does have nukes. I don't think they're public about it. They do have the Samson option. That is public. Or if the world gets too anti-Semitic, they are going to 9/11 the world. And blame it on the Muslims.
Pop this fucking cat back, bro. I remember that shit. It's terrible.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means.
This follows what I've been saying. JFK was the first Catholic president. The first Catholic president was the one who wanted to investigate the Jewish state of Israel. Since then, I don't think there's been another Catholic. Trump didn't swear in on the Bible. Perfect example, man. Like for Catholics and Orthodox, you got to separate. JFK was the GOAT. What did he say? What's his best speech? He has like that Boston accent. He kind of sounds like Sonny Faz when he talks. He says, it's not about what your country can do for you. It's what you can do for your country. That was pretty good. It's like it's not really strictly Boston. Boston is like more those fucking firemen are fucking homos. Let's go to the car. Take the car to the park. Why are these fucking homos coming to the park? These fucking Muslims praying in the park. Why are you not gonna pray by the park?
What the fuck?
Let's go get a beer and watch the Sox game. We're gonna go watch the Sox. That's fucking Matt Damon. Fucking Matt Damon. Give me some Duncan. Fucking queer. Stupid fucking queer. These fucking firemen are fucking homos.
Cocksucker.
Tom Brady's a fucking asshole. These fucking Yankee fuck New York. No, I don't. JFK is more like elite Boston. They have a lot of
beans.
Yeah, the JFK impression was good. It was like it's not what your country can do for you. It's what you could do for your country. That's what I'm talking about. He was the original America First. Yeah, it's like a Cape Cod accent. I can't do it. It's like more elite, right? There's different Boston accents. Same way as like London. The chavs are more like, you what, mate? Come off it, bam. What? Shut up, what? You're probably there shouting it. What? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
What?
And then the elite London accent is like, the Queen is inevitably going.
15,000 people watching. The fuck is he doing?
Other driver. 360 rooftop bar trap? South Society. Why is every single girl a prostitute? Get a table at Dulcinea on LA 70. All right, boys. Hey, look, well, we're rolling where you guys want us to roll, innit? You know what I'm saying? We're outside where you guys want us to be chilling. That in there is a brass house. Oh, spa and massages, shit. Yeah, fucking hell. Facials, it says in there, but I fucking give the things in there facial, but a different type of facial than they used to.
Fucking hell.
Our newspapers to support an administration, but I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people.
I was a little kid, though.
W Catholics.
You don't think I was born yet.
This one's really funny. So, again, so here's a reminder to stay true to your faith. Wherever you guys are, Shia, Sunni, whatever, one Ummah. It shouldn't just be one Ummah. It should be one Goyim. Oh, that's fire. One Goyim. Fire. One Goyim. All right, so stay true to your faith. So Andrew Tate completely betrayed people. I don't even like. He doesn't even know who those people are. One day he's UAE first, then he's Britain first, then he's America first, and it's just like he's become a clown. He's become nothing but a dancing clown. It's embarrassing, bro. So when you try, Tate's a perfect example of when you try to please everybody, you please nobody. No, from every angle, white supremacists making fun of him, Muslims make fun of him, people in the Arab world make fun of him. But it's just like, who does he have left? He has like the Modi people. Israel's the motherland and Israel's the fatherland. That's the people, you know. Someone tries to cheat university, dude. Okay, let's see what he's doing, because again, he still hasn't said. Rakai has said more about Ramadan than Tate.
Oh my god, you look so cool. This is a normal thing to film, right? Yeah, wave your blazer around like you're a teenager at prom. Really cool. You know they say dance like nobody's watching. Maybe dance like someone is, actually. Can someone give him something to do with his hand? He just looks awkward. A cigar, really nice. That'll be, in many ways that looks weirder. Yeah, look at you dancing with all your friends. Very good. He's throwing shapes. Well, one shape, a rhombus. What should we call this? The tra-tra slide? Short for trafficking? Yeah. Sorry, I'll keep filming. No, this is really good. The best thing to do when you're dancing is to desperately try and appear cool. That makes you seem really cool. Keep that two-step going, you absolute legend. Step ball change and a step ball change. Very nice. This is a cool way of spending a day. That's a wrap. Great stuff. Oh, I hope one of those drones targets me, because this is my job. Can you imagine?
Like, what do you even stand for now? You know? And not only that, I saw there's one from Faris Al-Hamadi. So apparently this is what a Wahhabi is. People are asking what that means in the chat. Faris Al-Hamadi, you remember we did a stream 2 years ago, and he was saying to not boycott at the peak of the boycott thing. Obviously, the boycott is a little bit ridiculous because you can't boycott everything, that there's overwhelming Israeli control. But Faris Al-Hamadi, I saw a post saying that he doesn't want to talk about Israel. He doesn't want to talk about Zionism because it's going to mess up his dawah. So, bro, again, talking about this to remain consistent. I'm not saying he's a sellout, but so many people have the propensity to fold. So I really hope Faris Al-Hamadi is on the right side of things, but I'm going to say that that's ridiculous. Saying you're not going to talk about Israel for your dawah. Talking about Israel is dawah. That's better dawah than just talking about talking about specific hadiths all day. That's actually one of the best forms of dawah. When people wake up about the control, they go to try to find God, to try to find the inverse. That is the best dawah you could do. And I did a podcast recently with Dilly Hussein. I'm going to watch a little bit of this to see if he has a point. Did you guys see it with the 5? Shout out to Dilly Hussein. Great man. Mashallah. He's a really smart brother. He gets a lot of things right. He's very, I gave him a compliment for that. He's very full frontal. We did a great podcast. You guys should check it out when you get the time.
A brother who I met back in January 2023. Mashallah, tabarakallah. He was very hospitable, very kind, very courteous. We spent a couple of hours with each other at Tam Khan's gym, and then he dropped me off to my hotel. We spoke about many things, a lot of which we disagreed with, vehemently disagreed with, Palestine, resistance, boycott. But I'm not going to get into that. That conversation is an amana. And I believe that if the contents of that conversation was ever made public, it'd be far more damaging to him than it would be to me.
So Faris Al-Hamadi is of the belief that he says religiously we're supposed to support. I'm not trying to misrepresent him, but he thinks that we're supposed to support the leaders. So it's somewhat insinuating that the people of the Arab world are the caliphs of now, but they're not. Turkey stopped the caliphate. There's no caliphate right now. We don't have a Muslim leader. We don't have a real leader in charge. It doesn't exist. Right. You know, and if those people are the caliph, then if it's true what Iran's saying, and they you know, they are working with Epstein regime, what is definitely true and not, you know, debatable is they do have military bases all over the GCC, and they do trade their oil with the petrodollar, the US dollar, which supports Epstein economy, does not support their own.
Anyway, Brother Faris, why are you calling us snakes and khawarij and stuff like this? Why don't you engage with the points that I raised with you? Yes, when I met you, I said to you, I love you for the sake of Allah. And that can still remain to be true. I love you for the sake of Allah in the same way that I love all Muslims for the sake of Allah. And more so, when we met that time, it was to do with the company, the hospitality, for the ride home, for your kindness. But do you honestly think that that supersedes the policies of your government? The undeniable policies of your government in how you fund a genocide in Sudan via the rapid support forces, or the destabilization in Libya by backing the Haftar forces.
And again, so I think he has the perspective, and I saw Mohammed Ajab say the same thing. Mohammed Ajab, shout out to him, criticizing the fact that, you know, people, and you guys saw it in the TTS, they kind of slowed down. I had to put the TTS at $100. They're like, you brother can't support Iran because blah, blah. It's a weak take. Obviously, Iran has made mistakes. Obviously, Khomeini was far from a perfect leader. Not an example of a perfect man. Nobody is. But to not want to completely alienate and to demonize Iran right now, while they are the country fighting back against Epstein regime the most, is stupid and weak. It's weak. And it's wrong. Tucker. I think we already saw this clip. So this is what's happening in India right now. India! India! It kind of makes sense with that Modi saying Israel is the fatherland and India is the motherland. The Jews, not all of them, but there's a sect of Jews that they take a chicken every year and they pass their sins onto it, and then they slam the chicken on the floor to rid themselves of sin. Maybe this Hindu ritual is the same thing. Yeah, I don't even know what to make of this, bro. What is it? They're celebrating the holy month, I believe tossing puppies in the air. Okay, it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing as the chicken ritual. Here's Epstein's cheap whore, Tommy Robinson. He's in the U.S. right now. That's gay, isn't it?
Islamophobia. That's gay, isn't it? Well, while we're on it, so tell me about your gun.
What gun?
What gun? No, not that one.
What are you talking about?
Your gun case.
Oh, yes, I have a Molly patch on my gun case. It says Islamophobic. It's my favorite. And I totally am.
We're going to edit that picture into this video, yeah?
Hamas Hunting Club.
Yeah, I'll send you the picture.
That's gay, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. Is this Yahud? But daily reminder: Yahya Sinwar did not die with the human shields that they said he was around. They said Yahya Sinwar was hiding behind a human shield full of children. He was using them to protect himself. And the drone footage showed that Yahya Sinwar died in the battlefield fighting the enemy face to face. And you know, it showed the arrogance. The Yahya Sinwar showed the arrogance of the IDF. They released that drone footage. That wasn't leaked by the Palestinian resistance. Yahya Sinwar's assassination was posted by the IDF because they believed that people would be like, oh, look, we got him. Instead, it was a perfect example of hubris. Everybody saw that and it was like, whoa. Netanyahu's hiding in Germany like a good non-goy. Oy vey, I'm in the basement. The Palestinian leader is on the front lines. Khomeini dies in his country with his people. Well, Netanyahu hides like a little rat, probably in the tunnels. It's me, Judio, in the Chabad tunnels beneath New York. Wherever he is, he's not with his people. It's me, Judio. Erica Kirk on motherhood. Yeah, American values. Erica Kirk. Woo! Get America. Tell those muzzies.
You know, I get this question too of, well, you know, you were a stay-at-home mom and all this stuff. Like,
and now you're doing a nationwide tour with fireworks. This is like, it's right in front of everybody's faces. Right? Erica Kirk's children just lost their father and they saw the assassination. Weren't they there? They're probably more traumatized, and I wish the best for them. Probably more traumatized than we can even imagine. A public execution. And she's not with her kids right now. She's doing a podcast tour. She's selling hats. She's wearing black leather pants and twerking with Nicki Minaj for Turning Point with fireworks.
That's what you should go back to doing or something like that.
Allegedly.
A lot of people don't realize that before I met Charlie, I had my own company, and I still do. And it was one of those things where I built it in a way where that when I got married and had children, it could run on its own. I didn't have to do day-to-day. I could check in, but I didn't have to do day-to-day. And
that is a perfect example of an American feminist. Say Islamic values are like incompatible with the West. But who's an example? Right now, they're using Erica Kirk as the example of a white Christian mother, of the white American Christian couple. And she's not even at home with her traumatized kids. She's on stage everywhere doing like promoting hats. So who's the correct example? You guys get upset, about Times Square prayer. What is a good example of an American couple, of the white Christian couple? Because it's not Erica Kirk. I think everyone in this chat can agree with that. Who is it? JD Vance? JD Vance and his Hindu wife? I'm sure you're not going to agree with that. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm not against race, but then who? The Amish? They're not even Christian. You can't put them. So who? Cheezer and Kalen? Nobody can even think of one. Who is it? Trump and a Slovenian model who doesn't speak English? Who? Who's the model? Matt Walsh, a goy slave? Who? Rabbi Shmuley and his daughter? Astaghfirullah. Benny Blanco and Selena Gomez, a Jew and Selena and a Mexican, a Jew and a Mexican, Neon and Sam. Okay. All right.
that's the beautiful thing is like young women in here, if you do create a company or a business and you're an entrepreneur, build it in a way that it sustains itself so that when you do find your husband and you have children, family, that's your main focus. You can have your calling on the side of your company, but your main focus is your husband and your children. And there's something beautiful in that.
Yeah, go be a girl boss queen with your business and your kids. No, stay at home and don't have a business. Yeah, right? Stay at home. The wives should be at home raising the children, not here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I did not see my life being like this. I didn't. So when people are like, oh, she's now in this role, I'm honoring what the Lord has put in front of me, and I'm also honoring my husband's request. And now I have to be the sole provider for my children. And again, this is not a business card opportunity. There's something very biblical and a woman honoring her husband and stepping up and standing in. I have an amazing team. I do. And I could not do it without them. Again, my focus is on making sure my children are amazing, young, biblically aligned little humans. But again, you perspective, your life is so much greater than just this blip on a radar. And
you know what this reminds me of? You know when streamers start begging for subs? This is her donation farming. I'm the sole provider for my children. Massage.
You know what she reminds me of? She reminds me of the bride of
Turning Point is not profitable
Yeah.
enough. I need more.
Which
Give me
camera?
money.
Over
Give
here?
me money.
She reminds me of the bride of
Money
Chuck G.
shekels. I want money. I need to feed my
Yeah.
2 grieving children. I shouldn't even joke about that, bro. It's really
really
sad.
shouldn't, bro.
It's really sad when you contextualize it.
But what we doing?
Covered this. Yeah, did everybody see that? Him like the photo by my million YouTube plaque, and then this African Picasso
Shout out to
painting.
Jordan Rubinstein out there. I don't know what
Yeah,
he's
so
doing.
here was my
What the
public
fuck you doing?
my public invitation to have a conversation with Oswald, which we'll get to later. He said he's going to consider it. Hope that actually happens. I do want that to happen.
You know, shout out the real ones. Stay true to the game. You know what I'm saying? You diggity dig.
That they are behind a lot of these attacks to try to
I like it, but you gotta respect the grind.
Try to get people to turn against Iran.
I'm sorry about being an Israeli. Saudi Arabia has captured 2 Mossad agents. Qatar has captured 2 Mossad agents, and now they are in custody. Okay, and they are planning bombing here. The killing of and the assassination of
Here,
Mossad.
where is here? Remind me. Here.
Saudi Arabia.
Don't rule them out. You know what they're capable of. You know what they do. I don't think we could completely verify who's behind a lot of these attacks. Well, we can see what the IDF is promoting literally from the IDF. I didn't even see this yet. What's the song? Let's see their propaganda.
Nothing beats a jet. Nothing beats a jet.
This is who they are. Listen to them when they tell you who they are.
That's right. He's been watching my
Listen to them.
And
that's why they run when things happen. Why are you running? That's why IDF soldiers start crying. Crying, holding their AR-15s when they're in confrontation.
Get bombed.
Just deep down, they know where they're going. Even though Jews don't believe in hell, we learned recently that Jews believe in a washing machine. I was speaking to this Jew on Omi TV yesterday. Maybe we could find him again. I want to get his Discord. But Jews don't believe in hell. They believe in a punishment process, which is like, it's like a jail sentence. It's like a year of jail. That's what they think hell is. So he thinks that Jews believe Epstein, if they don't believe in hell, which is in the doctrine, they believe Epstein's not going to hell. They believe he's going to be put in a cleansing process. And after a year, he's going to do a year and then he's going to go to heaven. Can you believe that?
You're tripping, bro.
A hot washing machine. They don't believe in eternal hellfire.
Fucking hot.
He'll do a year. He'll do a year for his crime. Just a year. Do your time, come out.
Yeah.
No, don't snitch, don't rat. You got pinched. Never rat on your friends and always keep your mouth shut.
Give me that.
But when they're really faced with their own mortality, that's when that innate feeling, that's when that fitra starts hitting. That's when deep down they know all their actions, all the evil they've done.
They know
starts
they
to boil up to the surface, and they start to really see.
They
know where they're going.
I grew up.
If you don't know, if you want to know what eternal hellfire is like, go put your hand on a stove. Go take your finger, turn the stove on, put it on
Hellfire. That's what it feels like 24/7.
On your whole body. Eternity, not a hot washing machine. Forever. This life is so short. Eternally burning.
Is that right? I don't know what's fucking hellfire.
Has to be vote to authorize the war. Democrat Senator Jack Reed says no, except for activities defending. Oh my God. Really? Okay, hold on.
Will you vote to authorize this war? Constraints. I will vote to invoke the War Powers Act, which would give the president 30 days to terminate the operation, except for activities defending the state of Israel, which is critical to our alliance on Israel. Senator Jack Reed, I do. To invoke the War Powers Act, which would give the president 30 days to terminate the operation, except for activities defending the state of Israel.
It's going to last a lot longer than I think you guys anticipate. It's going to be 48 hours. It's a fake war because Iran's clout chasing Dubai. They just want publicity from Dubai because my Bugatti's there. No. This war will continue as long as the evangelical goyim want to go worship the Jews and support them forever. Dubai. Say Dubai to safety. Say Dubai to peace. We're going to war. We're occupied.
Yeah. Then we're going to do the pro forma blessings, but it's still daylight. It's not evening yet. We're just going through the practice. And we'll use your candle. Yes. First time the national menorah was lit. President.
Is that Pam Bondi?
That's what
Is this the Dow lady? Terrible suit, by the way. Horrible drip.
Terrible. Who gives
This
a
is
fuck?
inside the White House.
Right, he's like.
Yeah, but Iran, they're filled with a backwards religion.
Fucking Trump sold out, bro. I'm telling you.
Is that Pam Bondi?
Follower. You know that's Pam Bondi.
So
Yeah, it is.
Join us. We're also joined here by Rabbi Avram Friedman, who I know from my rabbinical college days, very common about
You know, it's enough, but.
After we're going to light the candles,
It's enough.
ask him to say a few words.
You know, you like ball.
Ay, 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 ay. Mambura Raboroso. Saying America's the worst terrorist organization in the world means you hate America.
Yeah,
if you don't want to go die for Iran, you hate America. Oh man, I want to say a slur so bad, but I'm not going to do it for optics.
Don't do it, bro.
This, I'm not going to do it. It rhymed with, okay, I'm not going to do it. Lower cortisol.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
It does spike my cortisol when people like this beg for war and tell you to die for the Jews in Israel, but they're not going to fight the war. Like Ben is never going to go to war, and he's never going to even have a debate.
He had on Dave Smith. Apparently, his job is never to tell jokes, but to instead give poorly informed foreign policy and also to hate America. Here we go.
IDF is the worst terrorist organization in the region.
Even then, like he's so bad at debating, even when he pulls up clips, he's like, "Here, Dave Smith hates America." Dave Smith, the first thing he says, he looks base as fuck. Dave Smith is the GOAT. The IDF is the biggest terrorist organization in the world. Facts! It was founded off of 5 terrorist groups that banded together and created the Israeli Defense Force. The army is built off of terrorist groups, literally. What does this have to do with hating America?
Let's get real. The United States of America is arguably the worst terrorist organization in the world. If you want to look over the last 25 years, how many innocent civilians we've slaughtered. You're getting us into the neocon. Yeah, that's right. You're getting us into the neocon 7th war.
Well, Ben Ferguson rightly notes at that point that he might want to take down the American flag behind him.
Ben, why don't you debate Dave Smith, Jew versus Jew? One Jew is anti-war, one Jew is pro-war. Do these clips, stupid coward. You're never going to go pick up an AR-15 and fight the war you're begging Goyim to die in. Why don't you debate Dave Smith? Why? How come? He's such an anti-American freak. You should debate him. Go head-to-head and prove him wrong. You got the truth, right, Ben? You go head-to-head with Dave Smith. You're not going to do it with me. You're not going to do it with Nick Fuentes, you pussy. But do it with Dave Smith.
He thinks the war.
You know, like platformer Goyim, besides your Goy slave Matt Walsh. Dave Smith is a non-Goy just like you.
This war, you enslave the woman and kill the husbands, right? That's destroying families. This war was not about justice. It was just about revenge and murder. It is about family. It's about destroying families because when you win this war, you enslave the woman and kill the husbands, right? That's destroying families. And it's not about legacy because you destroyed the Trojan civilization.
This is just like that American soldier that we were talking to on Monkey, where he says that he's an engineer and that he's supposed to build helicopters. You gonna join the army?
Yes, sir. Air Force.
Air Force. Okay, you ready to fight Iran?
I'm probably just gonna be an engineer. That's what I want to be, but I don't know what they'll put me as.
Engineering what?
Helicopters or planes. Doesn't matter.
Okay. Do you think this war is justified?
I'd say that they need to learn a lesson. Iran does.
Why?
Not this with our country.
And I just explained, okay, this war is not, he's like, okay, I want to protect America. I'm like, oh wait, the Trump admin just said that Iran did not pose an imminent threat. He's like, oh, I don't know. They didn't mess with our country. Marco Rubio said they didn't pose an imminent threat.
American soldiers need to look back at this too. It's like what's happening then. It's always history repeats itself. Well, I mean, these legends, these stories are, good examples of what's happening today. This war right now is specifically for Israel. It's just to expand greater Israel. It has nothing to do with America, and they're being sold a lie. They think they're there to be patriots and, to serve justice, but it's all a lie. They come home wrapped in an American flag, buried in a lie. Let's see. Predictive history. The Odyssey.
Today, we start the Odyssey. And the Odyssey is a sequel to the Iliad, and it's a family story. It's a story about a homecoming. There are three main characters, right? There's Odysseus. Sorry.
The movie's coming out
Odysseus.
soon. Christopher Nolan's Odyssey movie.
Who is the main character, and that's why it's called the Odyssey. Then there is Penelope, who is his wife, and there's Telemachus, who is their son. And as we discussed when we read the Iliad, Homer is first and foremost concerned about the human condition. What does it mean to be human? What does it mean to live in a world of war, of trauma, of tragedy? And how can we overcome this adversity? So the Odyssey is about three individuals in a family, and they're all traumatized, and they're all heartbroken. Okay? So Odysseus is trying to return home from the war. And his problem is that he has PTSD, which is post-traumatic stress disorder. And this is very common for soldiers who return from war. They've seen so much violence, they've seen so much tragedy, they've seen so much senseless death that their souls are shattered. And that is Odysseus' problem. Then you have,
and that's going to happen to so many American soldiers after having to go war with the Shias. Hey, bro, that's gonna imagine that trauma. Imagine the PTSD from that. Not even in a fun way, but because they don't even know what they're going to be up against.
Penelope, who's suffering from depression. And why is she depressed? Because her husband has been away for 20 years. And she doesn't know if he's alive or he's dead. He's probably dead, right? It's been 20 years. Dang. There's been no sign of him for the past 20 years. But she cannot bring herself to admitting that he's dead. So she's put herself in a very precarious situation.
Real one. If you go to war and your wife doesn't wait 30 years after they report you dead because she doesn't believe that the military is telling the truth, that she really thinks you're out there, then it's not a real war. You need a ride or die like that. That even if they come back with the casket, with their hands behind their back, they still love you.
There's dozens of suitors who want her hand in marriage. And she wants to say no, but she's afraid that if she does that, then she'll be alone for the rest of her life. But she doesn't want to say yes because she refuses to admit that her husband, the love of her life, Odysseus, is dead. In her heart, she feels that he's still alive, but in her head, she cannot justify it. She cannot explain it. It's just a feeling in her.
That's love.
Okay? And so her response, and this is what we call cognitive dissonance.
Delusion.
Her response is just to shut down. Okay? She just spends all her time alone in her room. At first, she's reading stuff, but then she just sits in her room. Right? And then there's Telemachus. Telemachus, his problem is that he doesn't know if his father is dead or alive. But the man is a legend. This is a man who won the Trojan War by coming up with a stratagem of a Trojan horse. Okay, so he is a legend in this world, and everyone sings his praises. And he's his son, so he's living in his shadow, okay? And he wants to prove he's better than his father. He wants to become a hero himself, but he's being burdened by the legacy of his father. The other issue is that unless his father is dead, he cannot inherit his father's legacy, right? The property, the reputation cannot be transferred to him. Then there's his mother who's just sitting around the house every single day. If she were to get married, she would leave and then he could be master of his own house, right? But she's still around. So he's kind of stuck. At the same time, the suitors are waiting for Penelope's answer, which is never going to come. So they're just in the house and they're eating up all.
One less headache.
No more.
The February 28, 2026 bombing of Iran by the United States is the most recent in a series of aggressive moves by the United States since the January rendition of Nicolas Maduro out of Venezuela. In one of my earlier videos, I actually poked fun at my good friend and former CIA colleague, John Kiriakou, when he cited sources from the White House as friends of friends of friends. But in reality, John had the closest actual prediction for when the United States would attack Iran, only missing the date by 3 or 4 days. So my compliments to John and to Julian Dory, who hosted him for that conversation, because they were able to give the whole world a heads up before an attack that many of us hoped wouldn't happen. But now that the United States is actively engaged in a conflict against Iran, and Iran has retaliated against not only U.S. targets, but U.S. allies all across the region from UAE all the way to Israel, we have to talk about what happens next. Now, most people are focused on what will be the specific next steps of Iran, Israel, or the United States in this conflict. But there's a problem with that kind of prediction because so little is known about Iran's actual warfighting capability. What that means for you and me is that we have multiple layers of missing transparency. We don't understand what Israel and the United States are talking about together, what they're sharing together, but we also don't know what Iran is truly capable of, whether it's more than we anticipate or less than we anticipate. And that's why we're stuck in the middle, wondering, worrying, twiddling our thumbs or biting our nails about what will come next with this conflict, especially as we see Americans dying overseas, American warcraft being shot down out of foreign skies, and American missiles being launched against sovereign countries. So while most Americans are tied up in the day-to-day activities of Iran, I know that some of you are looking ahead and wondering what will happen in the weeks and the months down the road. Where will the United States turn its focus next? Where will Donald Trump use force next? And what is the future of our American fighting forces, our sons and daughters serving in uniform? And that's what I want to talk about today. It's important to understand that the government military and intelligence forces provide 3 reports every single year to communicate to the American people what the national security priorities are of their country. When you dig into those reports for 2025 and 2026, you see a very surprising and unsettling pattern. First, let's start with the annual intelligence threat assessment that's published by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence every year. The last report was actually published in March of 2025. Here's what it says. The first and most important thing to understand is that in this document, according to the Director of National Intelligence, as of March 2025, the biggest threats against the United States did not include Venezuela or Iran. Instead, it was very focused on illegal drug trafficking coming from Mexico and China as a major military and cyber offensive force. That doesn't mean that Iran wasn't mentioned in the report, but let's take a look in detail at what was said about Iran in that intelligence assessment. According to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence just last year, quote, "We continue to assess Iran is not building a nuclear weapon and that Khamenei has not reauthorized the nuclear weapons program he suspended in 2003, though pressure has probably built on him to do so." You may be scratching your head wondering why we are now launching missiles into Iran specifically because we are worried about their nuclear enrichment program, when just last year, our own Director of National Intelligence, who was appointed by Donald Trump, specifically said that Iran is not likely creating any kind of nuclear capability. In addition to that, while this report came out in March of 2025, in June of 2025, we also launched an attack specifically against the Fordo enrichment facility in Iran to further reduce Iran's nuclear capability. So why are we really in Iran if it's not for their WMD program? And if any of you were alive during Gulf War II, maybe even in uniform when we went into Iraq for the second time, you remember that there was some misinformation about WMDs back then also. But it doesn't stop there. Let's see what else the National Threat Assessment said about Iran just last year. Iran very likely aims to continue research and development of chemical and biological agents for offensive purposes, including incapacitating effects that can also be lethal. I don't know about you, but the only thing the government has told me in mainstream media is that there's a nuclear program happening in Iran. Nobody has said anything about biological or chemical weapons. And now that we have troops in the geographic region where we suspect biological and chemical agents may be under development, do you see the concern here? Not only is Iran not one of the top national security threats, according to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, but that same Office of National Intelligence told us that there is an unlikely chance that Iran is developing WMD and a more likely chance that they are creating biological and chemical weapons, which can be deployed in close proximity to our troops. So now we are in a conflict where we are not only potentially being misinformed, but that conflict actually goes against the priorities, recommendations, and assessments of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Maybe the national threat assessment that's produced by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence was mistaken or incorrect last year. So let's take a look at two more current documents that are also used to inform our national security priorities. So next we'll take a look at the Department of War National Defense Strategy, which is published and signed by Pete Hegseth himself every year. Unlike the ODNI report that was published almost a year ago, the Department of War National Defense Strategy was only published in January 23rd, 2026, almost a month ago. And let's take a look at what its focus areas highlight for national security concerns. First, defense of the U.S. homeland. Second, deterrence of China in the Indo-Pacific region. Third, the increase of burden sharing, and we'll talk about that in a second. And fourth, to supercharge the U.S. defense industrial base. When you dig deeper into this document, you see that the first priority about defending the homeland is really focused on the Western Hemisphere and controlling the Western Hemisphere against foreign influence. The second priority is fairly obvious, talking about defending against Chinese capabilities, offensive and defensive military, cyber warfare, and economic warfare.
There's a gap between healthcare for the rich and healthcare for everyone else. The rich get concierge medicine. They test early. They see problems before symptoms exist. They have access to healthcare.
I'm going to skip to the fourth priority where it talks about supercharging the defense industrial base because you've seen that yourself with your own two eyes. As money has flown into defense contractors and as you have seen, the military industrial base receive tons of funding from across the United States government. Which takes us back to the third priority and the one that's the most relevant to what's happening right now with Iran and what will happen next. This idea of burden sharing is a new strategic
InfoWars, the most banned network in the world. From the front lines of the information war, it's Alex Jones.
Just in, it's big. A U.S. official telling Fox thousands of Iraqi Kurds have launched a ground offensive in Iran. Decimated, destroyed, defeated. All words the Pentagon used to describe Iran's various military forces on day 5 of Operation Epic Fury. Moments ago, President Trump touting its success.
So we're in a very strong position now, and their leadership is just rapidly going. Everybody that seems to want to be.
Well, President Trump is morphing into George W. Bush before our very eyes. He's chosen not his constituents, not the American people in foreign policy, but he has chosen to break his promise, take us to full regime change, total war with Iran, and to join Lindsey Graham and the Never Trumpers and his arch enemies. Now, regardless, ladies and gentlemen, we are now committed to total war with Iran. As I told you Tuesday, people know I don't just make stuff up. Should have been a big deal. I mean, I saw them take a clip out of the show and put it up on X, and they got a couple million views, but it should have had 100 million. I told you on Tuesday that the U.S. Special Forces and Israeli Special Forces were delivering huge amounts of weapons into Iraq and into Syria on the border with northwest Iran, and that these different groups, Fox calls them Kurds. What they are is hardcore communist organizations and Al-Qaeda. And I have the organizations, know them well. They've been listed by the U.S. government as terrorists for decades. Guess they're not now. Notice they just put the former leader of Al-Qaeda in charge of Syria. That was done right before Trump got into office. So here's the big announcement, ladies and gentlemen. It took 15 years for the West to topple the Assad regime, the last Ba'athist group in the Middle East. And if it takes 15 years now of civil war, ground war, we are now committed to this. Unless there's major public pressure and understanding of what's happening to get this to be shut down and stopped. That's why the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff told Trump this has a lot of really bad ramifications and will finally go into total war. And Trump went ahead with it regardless. And you're told, oh, it's just surgical strikes. It'll be over very quickly. Oh, it's going to last 2 weeks, 4 to 5 weeks. Now we're told it'll last until September. March, April, May, June, July, August, September. Oh, 7 months now. Remember, 2 weeks to flatten the curve? Just stay in your house for 2 weeks. Some areas of the world, it was 3 years locked up. Here in the U.S. and Europe, 2 years. Canada, almost 2 years. U.S. Central Command, meanwhile, is asking the Pentagon to send more military intelligence officers to its headquarters in Tampa, Florida, to support operations against Iran for at least 100 days, but likely through September, according to a notification obtained by Politico. Yeah. So we're being sleptwalked into total war, just like NATO did with Russia. And the Iranians did not have any way the sophisticated weapons they have now during the Iran-Iraq war. The CIA publicly funded it. Saddam worked for the CIA. 2 million Iranians died, 800 to 900,000. They debate the number of Iraqis. And that's with the U.S. flooding Saddam with intelligence from satellites, ground blimps, CIA advisors, Green Berets, all of it. And you notice what they did to Saddam after that happened. They set him up, of course. He was a CIA-trained agent. When he was 18 years old, 2 years trained with the CIA. But that was in the 50s. So that's what's unfolding here. So we were told no regime change, that if he had to hit their nuclear sites, he would, but that was it. He promised no war with Iran. And so now his surrogates have been telling us since Saturday, well, this isn't a war. This is just a pinpoint military operations. And now Trump, yesterday during the cabinet meeting, said, well, I got to go. I got to go run this war. We'll play that in a moment. But I just love the Johnny-come-lately white pill type Trump supporter influencer people that literally say anybody that asks a question about this or says this is dangerous, that we're traitors. And that, well, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff didn't really say that. Yeah, he did. He did say it shouldn't be done. And you sit around not knowing military tactics, not knowing history, not doing your research, and trying to spin that, well, Trump didn't really lie because this isn't a war. Or why are you for the mullahs? I mean, I get attacked everywhere. Oh, I bet Alex is getting money from Qatar. Oh, yeah. I say what I believe is right. I get money from listeners that buy products at thealexstore.com. That's it. And a couple sponsors. And we're sitting here going over the edge of this cliff. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Energy prices are exploding. Iran's got a lot of tricks up their sleeve and is allied with Russia and China. We're in toe-to-toe war with Russia. And I fought like the devil to get Trump in because I believed him. My goodness, next month he may go to war with Russia. I mean, directly. I mean, this is a real reckless move, okay? Now, that said, I'm not scorched earth with Trump because I'm a pragmatist, and it's on its face. The Democrats are foaming at the mouth, anti-American criminals, robbing everything they can, including the kitchen sink, who want total war with Russia and who want our children and who want to flood our borders and who literally want to Cloward and Piven have a communist civil war. So we got them waiting in the wings, and all the globalist communist parties in Europe trying to censor America and all that and oppressing their people. And they've got Bill Gates and all of them geared up with new viruses to release, bragging about that. Trump alone killing the Paris Accord, and it's falling apart. The whole fake environmental movement to tax everywhere you go, everything you do, cut carbon by more than half. All the estimates are it'll kill billions of people over a decade. That live at subsistence levels, and in all the actuaries, they'll have civil wars, they'll get violent, they'll then flood us with refugees. I mean, we are on the edge of a cliff here, okay? Just killing the carbon tax alone was historically revolutionary pro-human. And Musk and Doge and cutting the fraud, and it's beautiful. But that's the old Trump. I'm proud I supported him in the past. We got a lot done. And I will continue to support the good people in the administration that have their lane, RFK Jr. and others. But the behavior of Trump is extremely worrisome. And if you look at the cover-up of the Epstein files and protecting the Democrats, and now Todd Blanche, the real DOJ head, they killed the auto pen cases. And I talked to people over that case. It's no secret, Ed Martin, and it was in the news. He didn't tell me anything secret. He told me he had whistleblowers literally down the street lined up, coming in, just including later we learned the chief of staff, how there was a committee of Hillary and Michelle Obama and a few others, and then they would decide what laws to sign, what to do. They had all the lobbyists coming in, totally illegal. And that investigation was killed. And Brianna Morella, when that came out in the middle of the night, she called directly and checked, and they said, no, that's true. And it's now confirmed. So this is just terrible. But every time I talk about something like this, all the Democrat shows, CNN, MSNBC, all the so-called influencers online go, Jones admits he was wrong, never support Trump. Jones now admits the Democrats were right. No. You guys are the open pedophile, fraud, evil, nuclear war party. You are the bad guys. And populism's rising worldwide against you, and all of your ideas have been repudiated, and your transgenders, mutilization cult, all that is falling apart. So you're the grand champions, greatest of all time evil. We're just not in a cult like Democrats. When your leaders do bad stuff, you defend it. When people we've put in to do a job, follow a constitutional plan of common sense, and they start deviating, we get upset. We get engaged. We start holding people's feet to the fire. So I don't want to be lectured by you guys acting like you got the moral high ground or something. And it's not just the evil Democrats and their socialist counterparts around the world and communist counterparts. It is also the intensifying mass incompetence of their managerial class. I mean, Jasmine Crockett, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Al Green. It's incredible. So I want to play you the little short Fox News clip again. It's official. Fox News always gets the official breaking news. That exactly what I told you Tuesday. I said on Tuesday, they've given them the weapons, the invasion's begun. I said on Saturday, they're going to arm the different rebel groups in Kurdistan, which is part of all 4 of the countries. They're going to invade out of Iraq, Syria, and now they have. That's because I know the geography. I know the players. When I talk about something, I've done a bunch of research. Something the folks out there loving this war, cheerleading it, can't even find Iran on a map. If it wasn't labeled Iran for them. They don't know what Kurdistan is. They don't know who these different organizations are that have been listed as terrorist organizations by our government. They don't know that. They just think if we just back whatever Trump does, he will save us. Well, Trump admitted he made a lot of mistakes in the first administration. But if he listened to us on more things, that wouldn't have happened. So cult-like obedience to whatever comes out of the Trump admin is bad. They don't want the true populist, conservative, Christian, nationalist, through our representatives, through the media, through communication with the president publicly, to influence him. They say it's traitorous to have your own view. Show the Lindsey Grahams and the Susie Wiles and the Todd Blanches and the Benjamin Netanyahus can capture this administration. And they started to capture it in June with the attack. And I said, this isn't a surgical strike. This is just the beginning. You watch. Within a year, we'll be invading Iran. And I said on Saturday, watch, it'll be ground troops. And people attacked me and said, oh, you're just trying to scare people. Shut up. And now it's ground troops. With our troops embedded with them. And then when they start getting their ass kicked, it'll be airstrikes. It'll be air support. This is a new Vietnam. Iran will be 3-4 times harder to take than Syria. It took the West 15 years to finally overthrow Syria so they could hand it over to Al-Qaeda and they could exterminate the Christians that were left. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. I mean, this is like, oh, we're going to put some good people in. You know, once we overthrow Iran, the mullahs, and I literally said on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I said, I bet they put Al-Qaeda in. And they're saying, oh, the rebel group that they think's the best is this group. And you look the group up, and that's the Al-Qaeda group. So you have the former leader of Al-Qaeda put down his severed heads, and literally, and put on a suit and tie. He's got all his jihadis now pouring in out of Syria into western Iran. And just a little north of there, you got Iraq. You put the map up of Kurdistan. You had it up yesterday. I mean, this is so horrible. And that's what we knew was going to happen. We knew this was going to escalate. We knew that. Yeah, Governor Abbott's come out and warned Iranian sleeper cells must be taken seriously. Yeah, what do you think? What do you think happened Saturday night in downtown Austin? I was on Duncan Trussell's podcast 2 days ago. It's like a block away from where it happened. My reporter got killed by La Reconquista illegal aliens. Very sad. So let's put that map back up. See over there in northwest Iran. What's that border? The border's Iraq, Syria, Turkey, and Armenia. And now Iran has said today that any country that sends rebels in or supports the rebels that Iran's going to hit them with missiles. And Albania is supporting the communist/Islamic group, the main one. So Iran now saying they're going to hit Albania. Now Europe's involved. See how that works? And France and England are sending all their warships. See? And Trump said in his little press conference, he said, or his little cabinet, he said, I got to go. Got to tend to the war. But it's not a war. And Israel struck first, so they forced our hand. Next day, no, I never said that. We didn't mean that. Now, there it is. The Kurdistan Brigades are a Kurdish militant Islamist organization primarily active in the Kurdish regions of Iraq and Iran, is the official Kurdish branch of al-Qaeda. And that's the group in the news that they're saying they think will end up being leaders when they take over a big piece of Iran. They'll put al-Qaeda in. Of course they will. Who they put in charge of Syria? Who do you think's backing it? At the end of the day, those tentacles go back to where? Saudi Arabia. Yeah, so let's translate that. The United States, Israel, and Saudi Arabia are now invading Iran with al-Qaeda. Our Green Berets right next to al-Qaeda with Javelin missiles. And the race is on. But see, I might as well be a space alien to the average liberal. They don't know what any of these names are, who these groups are. And the average fake conservative that just does whatever Trump says, and it's invincible. He plays 9 trillion chess. It's Trump, and God's under him. I mean, I used to tell people how the U.S. basically ran al-Qaeda 25 years ago, and boy, people got mad at me. It's all declassified now. They don't even hide it. And if you think I'm going to morally sign on to that, you got nothing coming. So here's the deal. We got a bunch of huge guests coming today I haven't told you about yet. I'll tell you in the next segment. And then I'm going to take calls in the 4th hour today. But I want to take some now, and I'm going to go right to you. I want to hear from current military, specifically, you'll go to the head of the line, current military, about your view, your take on this, and then secondarily, veterans overall. What do you think of my analysis? What do you agree with? What do you disagree with? What can you add? I respect that. I want to hear from you. And then I want to ask you, what do we do about this? Because I'm not just going to sit here idly by. I mean, we need Congress to move in here and say this is a full-on warrior launch, and you got to get authorization. And I don't want the funding to be sent for this, because we're only enabling this to go on for potentially decades, okay? And look, I said it on Saturday. I said we're committed to full war, boots on the ground. They're going to send the Kurds in. That's al-Qaeda. I hope they fall today. But then I said Israel and others don't want a stable country. They'll probably break it up in 3 parts and put a bunch of horrible leaders in there so they have new enemies to fight down the road, which is what they always do. And now you see that unfolding. So even if we were able to bring out, take down the mullahs, they're going to put something even more radical and evil in. What a betrayal. It's such sick, twisted thinking, dark logic from these people. Here's the toll-free number to join us, 877-789-2539, 877-789-ALEX, 877-789-2539. We've had a lot of powerful big guests, but I also realized that is that's important, but this is the time to take a lot of calls. So I may not do the Saturday show out of the Alex Jones Network this weekend. I think I'm going to come in here and do like 4 hours and just take 4 hours of calls. I mean, there's a phone system over there too, but I guess we could take phone calls over there too. It's just that I really want to hear from you because, again, I don't just say, oh, tell me what you think so you think you're important. It really helps me bounce things off. I know it helps you too. I mean, I really want to get the sense of what you're saying. 877-789-ALEX. And we'll have days where it's the general public calling in, but at least during this little segment here. So I'm going to go right to you. Active duty. And then veterans. And it just means active duty, say 3 or 4 active duty call in, they'll go them first and everybody else after that. And then we've got a whole bunch of guests. Let me tell you what we got coming up today. Max Blumenthal, Syrian Girl, Ivan Rakeland, and more. I'm Alex Jones, your host. Remember, you're the Paul Revere's, so take the live feed of Real Alex Jones on X, the Alex Jones Show on Rumble, and share those feeds like your future depends on it, because it does. I'm making this announcement on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. You have until the 17th of March to take advantage of the March mega sale at thealexjonestore.com. It's one of the biggest sales of the year yet, up to 40% off store-wide, 25% off on the shirts, on the hats, 10% off on things like the collectible knives, and up to 40% off on supplements like ultramethylene blue. And the more you buy, the more you save. These are incredible products. You've seen the rave reviews. You've seen the 5-star reviews. These are the very best game-changing supplements available, period. Again, I only sell things that really work because I want you to get them and I want you to love them. We now have an over 90% reorder on the supplements on the site. No one in that industry has it because the products are so good, and obviously you're loyal as well. And I thank you so much for keeping us on the air. We're changing the world. We're battling the globalists. We are having the greatest effect together. That's all of us against the New World Order we've ever had. And it's all because of your support of my broadcast and other broadcasts like it. But regardless, the enemy recognizes that InfoWars is the tip of the spear. And the bad guys are continuing to read the newspapers, try to shut us down as early as late March. We're battling them in court. Looks like this could be the end. That's okay, because the InfoWar belongs to people. The InfoWar is about telling the truth and countering the lies of the globalists. And the AlexJonesStore.com is not owned by me. It's owned by Big League. The backup Alex Jones Network that's ready is not owned by me. It's owned by them, and I work for them. And so as long as you support the sponsor, no matter what happens to InfoWars, the AlexJonesStore.com can keep us on the air. So right now, your purchase at the AlexJonesStore.com keeps InfoWars going, pays the payroll, the bandwidth, the satellites, all of it. But as soon as InfoWars shuts down, it's more critical than ever that you support the AlexJonesStore.com because it will move forward into the future as our main sponsor. But regardless, this is a win-win. Has InfoWars not delivered? In Gladiator, he chops up the first 4 guys when they throw them in the ring or in the arena, and he says, "Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?" I would say to you, are you not satisfied? Have we not delivered in the fight against the globalists? You bet on the right horse, and I'm asking you to continue to bet on us as the info war continues on, regardless, as we refuse to submit to tyrants. But the reason this is such a win-win or a non-zero sum game or a 360 win, the termite coin over a decade ago, is because everybody participating supports freedom, supports the fight against tyrants, the fight for team humanity against the globalist, and you get incredible products at the same time. So if you haven't tried ultramethylene blue or our bovine colostrum or our CMOS or our Shilajit, these are all incredible products available right now at thealexjonestore.com. And if you're going to buy anything on the site, you can do a VIP for $30 a month, cancel any time for free, and instantly $40 is put in your account. The second you click a VIP, when it recurs each month, instantly $40 goes in. So you make $10 to spend on top of the $30 you spend. Special deals, special offers, and with one click in your profile, you cancel any time for free. So it's a very light commitment, and you get special deals with everything else. So anybody buying anything on the AlexJonesStore.com should be a VIP, so make sure you do that. So take advantage of the March mega sale right now, running until the 17th at the AlexJonesStore.com, and be the reason we'll always stay on the air. Again, I salute you and thank you. Take action now.
Methylene blue, it is tremendous. I would not be making this video if I didn't believe in it. After I take it throughout the day, I start feeling better and better and better. My workouts, I feel like I'm 15 years younger than I am. And the app that I record my running on proves that my workouts are getting better. So I got to tell you what, God, family, country, InfoWars, and methylene blue. Get it while you can.
Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones. If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance. Live from the Infowars.com studios, it's Alex Jones.
I have to go back and look at the war. You know, have a lot of things happening. Thank you, Bernie. Doing a great job.
Just in, it's big. A U.S. official telling Fox thousands of Iraqi Kurds have launched a ground offensive in Iran. Decimated, destroyed, defeated. All words the Pentagon used to describe Iran's various military forces on day 5 of Operation Epic Fury. Moments ago, President Trump touting its success.
So we're in a very strong position now, and their leadership is just rapidly going. Everybody that seems to want to be.
And of course, it's now coming out. This was planned months and months ago. CIA began supporting Iranian Kurdish militias months before the strikes. Yeah, that happened decades ago. They've been planning this. And as soon as Al-Qaeda was able to take over with Turkey, Israel, and NATO's help, and the U.S. help, they began this plan 15, 16 months ago. So this is the big plan to take over. And everybody's saying Israel's controlling our foreign policy. Israel's behind all this. Israel runs all this. I'm not defending Israel. I just know the historical facts. The British drew all the lines in the last 130 years. You go back about 130 years ago. It took them about 10 years to do it. So they completed that about 120 years ago. And they set it all up for everybody would fight with each other. And then the U.S. kind of took that over after World War II. And then Israel, by the 70s, got strong enough that it began to kind of run it. So, yeah, Israel really wants this, and Israel's lobby is the most powerful, arguably. And so, yeah, no, it's the Israeli muscle and Israeli money is controlling the Congress to do this. But this is a long-term globalist, proto-globalist plan. So it's in alignment. And they're now going to break these countries even more smaller parts and divide and conquer them, and then push more people out. And Israel says they're going to expand and take over most of the Middle East officially. And then we are supposed to pay for that and give air cover and troops on the ground for it. But without Israel's insane energy, this wouldn't have worked. So, yeah, it's Israel is the ringleader. I mean, the circus master now, okay? But this plan was set in motion by the British Empire. And who ran that since 1815? It's mainline British history. The Rothschilds took over the British Empire. They set up their stock market, bankrupted it at the Battle of Waterloo by saying Napoleon won, which wasn't true. That Lord Wellington had lost. It crashed 99%. They bought up the whole stock market. They then got breeding rights for the royal family, bred into the royal family, took over the British Empire, took over much of the U.S. through the CFR and the Rothschild Rockefeller agencies. And here we are. And who created the Balfour Declaration, who funded Israel, who paid for the Israeli government, who paid for the Israeli Supreme Court, who runs that? The Rothschilds. And so when I say British intelligence did all this, Rothschild did this. And what's crazy is I would read books 35 years ago about this from top historians, and they would demonize them and call them anti-Semitic. Now you turn on History Channel and they admit how the Rothschilds set up intelligence agencies, the first modern agencies all over Europe, and ran things and funded both sides of wars and created fractional reserve banking and created Israel. I was like surfing around. I hardly ever watch TV. I've got cable, but I hardly ever watch it unless I'm checking a weather report or something. Or there's some, families over, they want to see a certain game or whatever, we'll put it on. Or my wife wants to see the U.S. Open or whatever. But the TV's not even usually on. But I was flipping around, and it was Discovery Channel, and they were just like talking about the Rothschilds ruling the world. I was just like, what is this? It's like we fought to expose all this and got demonized, and now they just go, okay, it's all true. Get used to it. All right, I'm going to go to your phone calls. Mentioning this, though, here's CNN. Oh, turns out it was all a setup. Think so? Here it is.
began its support for Iranian Kurdish forces a few months before this war started. That's what a senior official here in Iraqi Kurdistan just told me. He said that they are, quote, very frightened about the possibility of retaliatory strikes from Iran if those Kurdish Iranian forces launch some kind of a ground operation into Western Iran with U.S. and Israeli support, as we first reported last night. He said that the situation is, quote, very dangerous, but what can we do? We cannot stand up against the U.S. And he emphasized that the leadership here has a very warm and very good relationship with America, that they have absolutely no love for the Iranian regime, but that they have been warned by the Iranians just a few days ago that there will be severe repercussions if any Iranian Kurdish forces cross into Iran from here in Iraqi Kurdistan. He also said that part of the problem from their perspective is the lack of clarity as to what the end goal is here. He said one day President Trump says that the goal is regime change. The next day it seems to be something else. The policy is just not clear.
Because Congress didn't back regime change, it's illegal. It is regime change. That is the goal, not destroying a nuclear program. And so the goal is to get us into a full war, which has been achieved, and not let us understand that. But we don't need to hear the 5 or 6 different stories we're told and wonder what the truth is. We know the doctrine. We know the plan. We can see it. Not just that I have military and White House sources and was able to predict this. This wasn't hard. We are at war with Iran. Trump is fully committed to it. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Energy prices are exploding. All the economists agree if that continues for 3-4 months, it will kill the math on Trump's recovery. And it also distracts Trump from all the domestic stuff that's going on. Like he said, I can't do domestic stuff. I got to go run this war that doesn't exist. And now they're not going to indict any of the globalists. They're not going to indict the auto pen people. They're not going to indict Arctic frost, crossfire hurricane, nothing. Nothing. You're going to get nothing now. And now the Russia-Ukraine NATO proxy war deal is on hold. That they now admit that. So this is serious, folks. And then when Trump's gone in a few years, they'll bring the carbon tax back, though it's repudiated and discredited. And the good that Trump did, the good that we did getting him in, will just kind of be like a pause. And then we're right back in the bacon grease. But I will not apologize for supporting Trump and being persecuted for 10 years. We got so much done good. We changed the world. Populism is exploding everywhere. And we have to now just say, we'll take the good from Trump. We'll push it. We'll expose and try to block the bad. But we got to just get our populist candidates in. We got to support populist movements around the world. And we got to continue our fight against the globalists, which is very popular and righteous and good. But we are not MAGA. And I've told you for years, I've never been MAGA. I'm great. Make America great again. That's Trump's thing. I'll make America free again. How about get America back under God's dominion and a covenant with God again? No, I'm 1776. We built the runway Trump launched on. And if he wants to take the stick of his airplane and thrust it forward and drive himself into the ground and destroy his legacy and potentially blow the world up, that's his problem. I will continue to expose the globalists and all their programs and all their systems that we've been totally vindicated about in spades. So don't let the globalists psyop you that Trump's going sideways so that it's all over and the globalists are back in charge. Their system is falling apart everywhere. We have to come into that vacuum and build a new, better system. And we are in the pole position. We are the vindicated people that were right. That means you. So don't let the Democrats psyop you because Trump's starting to go sideways and say, see, we're good. No, you're consciously 1,000 times worse. We don't want to hear it from you. And they're going to take short clips of me and edit it to try to demoralize people and make people give up. That's not what I'm saying. You hear what I'm actually saying. So just be aware of that psyop when it goes on. But Early on in the new Trump administration, I said he's doing better than I thought he would. I figured a lot of this was going to happen. But now he's making a bad turn quickly. So let's say 12 o'clock's doing a perfect job. He was at 11:30. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than I thought it would be. And then let's say 6 is, pure evil. He starts drifting in the last 6 months, and now we're like at 2:30. The Democrats are pointing at straight 6. But it's going here, over to the bad. And I'm just like, But it doesn't matter. We rode this horse till it died. And I'm not saying it's done yet, but it ain't looking good. So, moving on from Trump is what we got to start gearing up for. But not, we're not going to vote. We're going to take our ball and go home now. We're going to vote for Democrats. That'll punish the Republicans. The Republican leadership are neocons still. Thune and Mike Johnson, they want that. They're working with the Democrats. No, don't give them what they want. Get good candidates, support good candidates, governors, attorney generals, congress people, school board. No, we fight harder now because we're getting the victory here. Trump just rode in on our wave. All right, let's go to the phone calls. Mike, James, Brandon, Nick, Tom, Cody, Cool Hand. Let's go to Cool Hand Luke in Texas, military contractor, dealings with Iran and Turkey. Thanks for holding her on the air.
It's tough to second guess Trump. He's so happy that he rebuilt the military in the United States that he thinks that this solution to this problem is using the military. It's not. Okay, we lost so many people in the Iran-Iraq war. This is a whole different thing. What he should do is make a pact with the Iranian people and provide them with food, water, and humanitarian assistance that would be facilitated, would be brought in by the Turks. Okay, the Turks can come right in.
That's a genius idea. And then we're the good guys. And now the uprising starts organically with a velvet revolution, because you've done your studying. The Iranians hate these communist and al-Qaeda groups. They know they're even worse than the mullahs. They've done studies. They're gonna mobilize behind the mullahs to fight this now.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you this. There's no love lost between the Kurds and the Turks. I had 2 organizations working for me on Bagram Air Base. One was Kurdish and the other one was Turks, and we were trying to accomplish a common task. And the Kurds screwed everything up. They hated the Americans. They wanted to see us fail. So
yeah, from what I've heard from troops and NGOs, is the only people harder to work with than Palestinians are Kurds, right? Like Kurds got big problem. There's something wrong with them.
Absolutely. There's just, I don't know, this psychotic. But bring the Turks in. They're a Muslim country providing aid to the Iranians, and have
Turkey is neutral. Turkey's neutral. I think Iran would support that.
They're also NATO.
And that's why Israel is now calling for war with Turkey, because they know that.
Exactly. And this, I mean, if he wants to calm this down, he's got to bring in the Turks, and he's got to bring in aid. He's got to give them water and food.
Well, here's the problem. I know Trump, and out of people that know him, he has almost no military knowledge. He doesn't know. He knows none of this.
Just tell him that I was there for 10 years in that pseudo war, that proxy war between Iraq and Iran. Okay, and we lost bad.
Yeah, for people that don't know, describe how serious that war was. With full U.S. backing, the Iranians didn't give up.
Well, they're not going to give up. I worked with the Iranians before. I was in Iran before the Shah left, and the mullahs came in, and the Iranians are they're great people. They really are. But they will go ahead, and if you attack them, they're going to fight to the bitter end. And that's not the way you should treat these people. They went ahead and we lost 2 million people. And at the end, I don't think there's anybody in Iran now that's over about, the average age is probably about 35, 40 years old now. All right. And that's how bad it is. If you don't want to see a bloodbath, don't go in there and wield your big hammer, the U.S. military.
Oh, the globalists, right? You agree the globalists have totally set Trump up.
Exactly. Yeah. He's going to get screwed, just like Saddam Hussein got screwed.
Unbelievable.
You know what happened to him.
Yeah, he was a great American champion. He did everything we told him. And
absolutely. And then he thought he was getting rewarded by trying to punish the Kuwaitis for slant drilling into his oil, and he went over there and he got his ass kicked.
April Gillespie said, "Go ahead and do it on TV."
Anyway, that's all I've got to say. I mean, if you want to know what you should do, that's what you should do.
I totally agree with you. What do you predict's going to happen though on the course we're on?
I think the Turks. I'm sorry. The Israelis and Kurds are hand in glove right now because of the oil in that area, and the Kurds are supplying Israel with that oil. All right. I don't think the Israelis really care about the Turks at all, other than using them as a tool to just create a big mess in Iran. Iran. Sorry. I think that's all they're trying to do.
Absolutely. Their official policies destabilize and wreck everything. And it's totally evil. Sir, thank you and God bless you. And I hope all the pro-Trump people that can't find Iran on the map, you're a real expert, Colin, that's lived over there decades. Everything you said is true because I've studied it. I didn't live it, but I've studied it. I hope you can get educated and not be a moron. Okay? Because we've walked into a trap and Trump's been set up. And just remember what I said here. That's why I said Saturday, I hope they fall. I don't think they will, but God, we're walking into a trap because I want all the good stuff Trump was doing to succeed. We need that. That's going to save billions of people. It's just a carbon tax being killed alone. That's why I'd put up with all the other crap, because just that. It's Trump. I'm not even defending him. I know him. He doesn't know all this. He just thinks the Iranian people like me, they said. Look at them, they're out there. He has no idea of the demographics. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Brandon in Florida, you're on the Air Force on this. Go ahead. Thanks for holding.
Yeah. Thank you, Alex. God bless you, and God bless the InfoWar family.
Thank you.
I have served in this part of the world, 1993 to 96. We operated out of Incirlik Air Base. I'm sure you know where that's at. It's close to Adana, Turkey. If you pull up that Kurdistan map that you had there earlier, we were just a little bit to the left of that red Kurdistan area that you had on the map there, where the NATO forces operated. So we were there with the French, the British, and of course ourselves, and then it was a Turkish air base. And the humanitarian effort was already ongoing. Operation Provide Comfort, relative to the last caller there about humanitarian efforts. We were providing, and had been since the early 90s, C-130s driving humanitarian aid and relief to the Kurds in eastern Turkey and so on. And so I was a part of those operations. And they're still ongoing.
What do you think about what we've been walked into?
Well, I think this is just more of the same. I think it's just a continuation of, all of this. I think, Alex, the funds that come out of the Iraqi oil proceeds that go right back to the banks in New York there. I mean, that's all this is. It's the continuation of, help prop up the federal government and keep it funded, keep it employed. right, Alex? I mean, if we really think about it. And so, but now with the information age and all the propaganda and the cyber warfare is just off the hook. It's ridiculous. So all of us really have to stay grounded in God and just hope and pray that we can move through all this, because it's going to get nasty.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the call. Let's go to Cody in Illinois, Marine on the war. Go ahead, Cody.
Hey, Alex, I have some concerns about, what they're talking about of people abandoning, joining, and all these things. I mean, when I was part of Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan. I was at Camp Leatherneck 2014, and I just saw a lot of staff NCOs, and they're even out for themselves. A lot of people think that it's at the top, the officer level. I mean, there's just so much leadership in there that's bad. And I know Trump says that everything is good, and, he changed everything out. I'm just wondering, like, there's like a weight on me. Like, should a lot of people that were in before, who led in times of war before, be obligated to feel a certain type of way about this? Like, should we be going back in at a certain point? Because we know that even at the staff NCO and all these levels, it's a lot of people out for themselves and made tons of bad decisions. And the leadership, I feel like, really isn't in. And then you hear this horrible message about how we should not join the military anymore and all this stuff. And it's concerning, because whether we support what's going on or not, we need to have good people leading these young men and women to do these jobs.
No, I agree. That's the paradox, is when stuff gets bad, the good people get out, and then you got a bunch of incompetence in there, or people just sitting around. Yeah. I mean, I said it on Saturday. I said, we're in this now. And I said, I hope we win quickly. But now, I mean, because I know people go, well, then you're supporting it. No, I'm not supporting it. But Trump's pig-headed. I don't think he's going to pull back now. And so this is just going to get out of control. I mean, there's so many scenarios. They're all bad. That's why I confirmed the Joint Chiefs told Trump, don't do this. The head of CENTCOM said, do it. Israel said, do it. Saudi Arabia wanted it. And then Trump was convinced and was told, oh, it'll fall in just a few days. They're about to collapse. And you see that's not happening.
And people that we work with in NATO is a joke. I mean, we had Jordanians, Georgians, all these. I mean, and it was just an absolute cluster. It was absolutely crazy. People that think we work with all these countries and how great it is. I mean, sure, in some cases, sure, but a lot of it is just trash.
Look, when our pilot got shot, when Kuwait shot down a couple of our planes, as soon as they landed with their parachute, people were trying to kill them. And the people don't like us over there.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Everybody talks so goodly about how Trump just redid the military and all this stuff. And now I'm hearing, like I said, the rhetoric of we shouldn't join the military or anything. And I don't know, man, there's a weight on me. Like, golly, I know it's going to be bad in there. And how are we just going to let these young men and women just be fed to the freaking wolves? It's just weighing on me.
Well, you're thinking about your fellow soldiers, even though you're not in, you're still in spiritually. You're thinking about right there at the grassroots level, at ground zero, that there's a bunch of people in there that haven't experienced what you've experienced, and you're feeling drawn to go join to just try to actually help them.
There's definitely those feelings going on, and it's just, what do we do about this? I'm just having these questions, having these thoughts here, man. I don't know what to think about it. It's crazy. Whether we're right or wrong in this, that's my point. We don't really have a say anyways, but should we just let this thing go to hell and then just leave these guys out to hang? Like these service members. That's just, I don't know what to think about that part right there.
Well, the problem is with Trump's economic plan, we were going to win through soft power. This is going to empower BRICS. If we don't win this now, it's going to really hurt the U.S. So people that just go, oh, screw Trump, screw the military, I hope the whole country collapses. We collapse with it, folks. And so I don't know the answer. That's why I'm glad I took calls from smart people that haven't been involved in all this or haven't studied it deeply. You hear what real information sounds like? Not a bunch of slogans, not a bunch of psyops. Real concern by people that have been there and know. We'll be right back with more of your calls straight ahead. Stay with us. Hour number 2 and Max Blumenthal. Infowar's not delivered. In Gladiator, he chops up the first 4 guys when they throw them in the ring, in the arena, and he says, "Are you not entertained?"
Are you not
I will say to you, are you not satisfied? Have you not delivered in the fight against the globalists? You bet on the right horse, and I'm asking you to continue to bet on us as the info war continues on, regardless, as we refuse to submit to tyrants. The reason this is such a win-win or a non-zero sum game or a 360 win, the termite coined over a decade ago, is because everybody participates. Supports freedom, supports the fight against tyrants, the fight for humanity against the globalists, and you get incredible products at the same time. So if you haven't tried Ultimate Blue, or our bovine colostrum, or our CMOS, or our Trilogy, these are all incredible products available right now at thealexjonesstore.com. And if you're going to buy anything on the site, do a VIP for $30 a month, cancel any time for free, and instantly $40 is put in your account. The second you click a VIP, it occurs each month, instantly $40 goes in. So you make $10 to spend on top of the $30 you spend. Special deals, special offers, and with one click of your profile, you cancel anytime for free. It's a very high commitment, and you get special deals on everything else. So anybody buying anything on thealexjonesstore.com should be a VIP, so make sure you do that. You have until the 17th of March to take advantage of the March mega sale at thealexjonesstore.com. This is one of the biggest sales of the year yet, up to 40% off store-wide, 25% off on the shirts, on the hats, 10% off on things like the collectible knives, and up to 40% off on supplements like ultramethylene blue. And the more you buy, the more you save. So take advantage of the March mega sale right now, running until the 17th at thealexjonesstore.com, and be the reason we'll always stay on the air. Gonna salute you and thank you. Take action now.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good. Okay, all right. Adios.
Blumenthal's joining us here. I'll take calls while he's on with us. Great journalist, geopolitical, really expert, knows what he's talking about, predicted all of this. I'm taking your phone calls right now before he joins us as well. We're going to go to Mike in Georgia, then John in Oklahoma, James in Canada, Nick in Oklahoma, Jake in Tennessee. Want to talk to John in a moment, but I'm taking the calls the order they're received. He worked on nuke bases, a 30351. Mike in Georgia, a Marine on this Iran war we're in, which Trump admits we're in a war. Others don't. So, Mike, what's your take?
Hey, Alex. First off, my take is going to be a little opposed to yours and some of the other.
That doesn't matter. I don't mind that at all. I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay, yeah, I'm a retired Marine. I spent many, many years over there. My experience is combat contingency, humanitarian missions. I've done all of those things, and it's dating back to actually joined in 1979. So we, as far as a war goes, we want to describe this as a war. Okay, the war has been going on for 40 years. They've been at war with us, and we haven't. Our problem isn't starting wars. Our problem is finishing them. So what we'll do is we'll go in, we'll half-step it, we'll get a lot of public scrutiny, and they'll start backing off. The politicians start worrying about their jobs, and they start backing off. Then they start getting involved, and the ROE changes. You just have all these. It's just a mess when the politicians get involved. So, again, in the Marine Corps, we have a saying, no good plan survives first contact with the enemy. So you can come up with all the scenarios you want and how you hope this is going to go. It never goes that way. If we want to focus on Iran, the reason we went into, and this is going to shock some people, hopefully, the reason we went into Iraq is, yeah, they used it as an excuse. I'll concede that. But what we were doing was we were strategically placing forces so that we would have bases, forces in place, supply lines set up. And if you look at a map, Iran, what's in Iran? You had a caller talk about Incirlik, Turkey.
Sure, no, that was the next domino to fall then into Iran. No, that's admitted.
It was strategic places of force. forces so we could sit down with Iran and say, let's work out our problem. Because the problem is, the problem has been for at least the last 50 years is Iran in that Islamic Republic. Islam is our enemy. You can face it or not face it. If you don't want to face it, that's fine. You'll face it when it comes here because it will come here. Now, you can sit and everybody can complain about Trump, but I'm telling you, my sources, and I still have active sources,
Sure, tell us.
are telling me that this is exactly what we need to do. We need to pay for this, and it needs to end. We need to finish this war once and for all. Now, as far as the Kurds go, they're useful. They're useful for a purpose. We're not. This is where it gets real. You want to know what a real Marine or a real combat person thinks? Is we're not worried about them and their feelings. We're going over there to take care of this problem. Now, American citizens, they can sit and point the fingers and call us all kinds of names and yell at Trump and all this, but you know what? You're living a comfortable life, and there's a reason why you're living a comfortable life. And I have to shock some people. You live a comfortable life because people go out and do very bad things in your name. Now, you can sit and criticize, especially all these young people I hear, Israel. Tell you the truth, Israel does our bidding. We dictate what they do. Israel was set up for that purpose because we knew back in World War II that Islam was going to be a problem.
No, I mean, I agree with you, but here's the problem then our very politicians that say fight them over there is over here, they bring them here to then have a threat here as well. It's divide and conquer.
It's exactly right. And this is where we have to take control. And that's what I'm being told Trump is doing, is taking control. It's complicated, but Alex, I appreciate your time.
Hold on. I'm going to hold you over so you can talk to Max Blumenthal. But what I'm saying is, are you saying Trump's going to end the balkanization?
Ladies and gentlemen, you know the power of turmeric, but have you felt it? Have you tried the ultimate turmeric gummies, the delicious way to harness the ancient power of golden turmeric, supercharged with ginger root and black pepper for maximum impact? Each gummy delivers 125 milligrams of premium turmeric extract packed with curcumin, the clinically studied compound shown to support healthy inflammation response, ease everyday aches, and promote joint comfort so you can move through life with ease. We added real ginger root, trusted for centuries to calm digestion and soothe the stomach, plus a precise dose of black pepper extract with pepperine, proven to boost curcumin absorption by up to 2,000%. That means more of the good stuff actually gets where your body needs it. No capsules, no bitter aftertaste, just one tasty tropical flavored gummy a day, or two if you're feeling extra, to help you feel lighter, looser, and more energized. Ultimate Turmeric Gummies, ancient wisdom meets modern science in the best tasting form possible. Grab yours today and start feeling the ultimate difference in health. With Ultimate Turmeric Gummies, inflammation doesn't stand a chance. Get yours today at thealexjonesstore.com.
We are on the march. The empire is on the run. Live from Austin, Texas, broadcasting worldwide, it's Alex Jones.
A U.S. official telling Fox thousands of Iraqi Kurds have launched a ground offensive in Iran. Decimated, destroyed, defeated. All words the Pentagon used to describe Iran's various military forces on day 5 of Operation Epic Fury. Moments ago, President Trump touting its success.
Oh, it was just precision strikes in June. And this was just precision strikes. But Trump yesterday said, no, I got to leave this cabinet meeting. I got to get back to the war. Now he's told Politico, we'll put it on screen, everyone's loving what's happening, and Cuba's next. Now, again, Trump ran on not having regime change. And so now we are getting regime change. And now you've got the CIA and Israel sending in the Kurds with all these weapons out of Iraq. They're in the northwest. This is just insane. And Max Blumenthal, well-known journalist and reporter, investigative journalist, thegrayzone.com, Max Blumenthal on X, doesn't need any introduction. I know we have a lot of veterans and military here that'll pop in with their quick statements or view on what's happening. We got John, I'm going to go to in a little while, military Air Force at 30351, worked on nuke bases. We'll talk to him in a moment. I'm going to go ahead and let Mike and Georgia go, so we got to move on. But This is surreal, Max. There's so, and we know that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs did warn Trump, did authorize that leak last week, hoping that Trump wouldn't do this. Even Eric Prince, who's a big hawk, has been saying this shouldn't be done. And then he heard they're going to do boots on the ground Sunday, and sure enough, that's already happening with special forces. Obviously, they're advising him. I mean, this is very historic. The Strait of Hormuz is closed right now. Max Blumenthal, what's your 35,000-foot view?
Just responding to that quick headline about Iran 1 week away from nuclear weapons. I mean, these are the lies that have been that Trump has been bombarded with to get him to authorize this war for Israel. This is an Israeli war. This is something that Benjamin Netanyahu has freely admitted. And the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Rafael Grossi, someone who has made some very negative statements about Iran, has come out and said all of that talk about Iran being a week away from a bomb is a complete lie. Trump is being lied to. He's been manipulated. Now he has authorized a war in which he thought he would instantly have a Venezuela solution, and the Ayatollah would be killed, and then the Iranians would come out in the streets and they would riot and take over their institutions, and then Trump would get to choose the new leader and everything would be fine. And it has completely failed by killing Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Donald Trump has radicalized the Iranian public. There are massive rallies every night. Millions of people across Iran are out in the streets denouncing this war, calling for vengeance. He has set the region on fire. The U.S.-backed family dictatorships in the Gulf, who were friends with Jeffrey Epstein, are up in arms because their energy infrastructure is going up in flames. They're unable to ship liquid natural gas to Europe, and gas prices are going up massively. This is going to cause food shortages. It's going to cause an economic crisis here in the United States, where we already have an economic crisis. And again, Trump said yesterday for Israel, he said Israel is going to strike first, so we had to go in. Marco Rubio said the same thing following a briefing with the Gang of Eight in the Senate. Israel is going to attack, so we had to go in and attack as well. What kind of leadership is that? How is that America first? What superpower does that? When in history has a powerful nation, a powerful sovereign nation, decided that another country 6,000 miles away, some little hyper-militarized colony, was going to attack another country in its region? So instead of stopping it from doing so, or saying, hey, buddy, you're on your own, we're not going to get our own troops killed for your war. Instead, they said, well, we're going to go do it with you, and we're going to open the gates of hell. And now the Pentagon is preparing for a war until September. Trump was told this war is going to last 2 to 4 days. And once we kill the Ayatollah, it'll all be over. No, it's going to last till September. This is exactly what the Israelis want to have happen. The Israelis want a U.S. ground invasion. There's nothing Benjamin Netanyahu would like more than American blood in Iran, dead American soldiers in a ground war, because it will cause Americans, including many members of your audience, to call for vengeance. It's the only way to reverse the tide of public opinion, which is solidly against this war, because the American public doesn't want to get in a war that won't solve the affordability crisis.
Well, you're right. There's no doubt that Netanyahu has been in for 25 years off and on. He's under investigation, but convicted, all of it. He needs a good or wrong, a end of days, scenario to stay in power, and loves the attacks on Israel, loves the demonization, loves that Israel is the most unpopular country in the world, because now he can play victim. But let's pull back here. The messaging. We had to go in, Rubio says a few days ago, because Israel struck. And we know that's true, because they were going to hit him at nighttime the next day. Instead, Israel goes in. Now we have to. Then the PR machine comes out, and the administration says, no. Trump forced the hand. Trump goes, yes, I forced the hand. Then again, yesterday goes, no, they hit, so I had to hit. And all the messaging is, it's about WMDs, it's about nukes. No, it's about regime change. No, we can't say what it's about. I mean, the messaging is absolutely insane. It is schizophrenic. From the same individual in a day will say 3 different things. What the hell is that?
Or Lindsey Graham said it. This is a religious war, and we are deciding the Middle East for the next 1,000 years. He said that as Benjamin Netanyahu, a secular Zionist, someone who doesn't actually believe, he may not even believe in God, was reading from the book of Esther with military officers the book of Esther, which describes the slaughter of Persians as he authorized Israeli striking civilian targets across Tehran.
That's right. He
bombing
picked a
and
Jewish
12,000
holiday
persons sacrificed.
about overcoming Persians to launch this, to obviously be as provocative as possible and stir up everybody.
Yeah, and they're imposing a religious war on Iran and claiming that it's Iran who are the religious
Meanwhile,
fanatics.
we have officers confirming they've got them in briefings with hundreds of officers, and they're saying we're forcing Jesus to come back. This is the end of the world, and then we're calling the Iranians religious nuts.
Well, you have a lot of religious Christian evangelicals, especially at the officer level. Many of them are in the Air Force, which is playing an outsized role here. And this is one of the few ways you can convince them that there is a legitimate objective behind this war, which is to bring about the second coming, and that you're doing it on behalf of Israel, which is a good thing, actually, for people who believe in this demented, idolatrous Christian Zionist ideology. People who had no concern about the mass bombing of Christians in the Gaza Strip or the destruction of Christian communities in Bethlehem, because those people were not supposedly born again.
Well, sure, but over and over again, because I am a Christian, Jesus says over and over again, anyone that says they know when this comes, anybody that knows when I'm returning is of the devil. But then we're literally constantly told by preachers over and over again, Pastor Hagee for decades, next year Jesus returns, we must force the nuclear war. It's of the Lord. So we're always hearing about how the third imam and the Iranians are nuts, and I agree they are nuts. Some of these Christians who aren't real Christians, they have this weird twisted cult. They make David Koresh look like a sweetheart.
That was a good Hagee impersonation. I got to give it to you.
Jesus
I watched
was a rebel that had to be dealt with, and was immediately. I mean, he literally attacks Jesus in his church. He goes, Jesus rebelled and had to be dealt with. He was a rebel. The Jews acted wisely. That's quote. It's just bizarre. It's like...
He said he predicted on Sunday that Russia, Iran, or what's left of Iran, and Turkey, and bands of Islamics, in his words, would launch an invasion on Israel, and they would be destroyed by God in an earthquake, a hail of fire, and then they would all kill each other in friendly fire because they don't speak the same language. That's the kind of insanity that's going on.
Yeah, I forgot to do that, guys. Get that. Hey, I saw that yesterday. Hagee came out Sunday and literally said, and now the time is here. The battle is about to happen. Jesus is about to return. We are now forcing Gog and Magog to attack. This is the time. It gets worse. He got Bennett, the former prime minister. I played it yesterday or 2 days ago. Get where he says, the new enemy, he looks all demented, it's Turkey. Now we're going to get them. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, so is this the objective? I mean, the
objective is to bring Jesus back and create the nuclear war.
What is the goal of this war? I mean, if you asked anyone on the street in the U.S. or you went to Capitol Hill, we wouldn't be able to get an answer.
But any theologian
the Trump
would
administration
say
can't
the
provide an
Antichrist
answer.
has to come for all these years, and all this stuff happens before the battle. They're going, we're skipping all that now. We're going right to Armageddon. Brought to you by Pastor Hagee.
Yeah, Russia and Iran are Gog and Magog in Pastor Hagee's ideology. This is the battle of Gog and Magog.
And he's this little demonic, like, toad creature in a giant suit going, raw.
Please give me your money after I tell you that we're fighting the battle of Gog and Magog. He's a faith healer. I mean, he lives in a gigantic mansion. It's like a cartoon. And if you believe that this is what's happening.
Let me just say this: my aunt used to babysit his kids. Okay, back in the '80s. Let's stop right there. Let's just say he's the classic corrupt preacher you'd imagine.
Well, I mean, this is dangerous. It's dangerous, and we're projecting what's really happening here onto Iran. Meanwhile, you kill Iran's 87-year-old leader. He is, whether you like it or not, no matter what you think about Iran, he is a beloved figure for millions and millions of Iranians, not just Iranians, but followers of Shia Islam. And so by doing this, Trump administration has ignited the Shia masses all the way to Karachi, where they tried to storm the U.S. embassy, where protesters tried to storm the U.S. embassy. He has ignited this. And this is what people who seek a religious war in the United States want. But most people in the world do not want this. And, if I believed in American empire, if I believed in making America powerful, having America be in control of the globe, this is not what I would be doing. I would not want to be instigating fights outside U.S. embassies. I would not be wanting to instigate attacks on U.S. bases where large parts of the U.S. base in Manama, Bahrain, has been destroyed by Iranian ballistic missiles. That's the site of the 5th Fleet of the U.S. Navy, probably the only valuable U.S. military base in that region. U.S. base in Kuwait has been hit hard. U.S. Installations in Dubai and across the United Arab Emirates have been hit hard. The U.S. lost its billion-dollar radar system at the Al Udeid base in Kuwait. This is not making America stronger, and it's not in American interest to wage a war for a crazy little colony called Israel, 6,000 miles away, that happens to have enormous influence over the Trump administration.
Well, let me ask you
someone
this.
like Miriam
I
Adelson.
mean, no doubt Israel's the main driver, but there's also a lot of other. Yeah, it's all in alignment with the neocons and everything. How do we get out of this? Because they're already sending in the Al Qaeda / communist Kurd coalition out of Iraq and out of Syria. And I said this Tuesday from my sources, it's already happening. So they're giving them all sorts of Javelin missiles and grenade launchers and heavy machine guns, tank armored vehicles. And so now when the Iranians go smash that, which is going to totally unify them like the Iran-Iraq war in the 80s, then we're going to have air support bombing that. I mean, we are now in full war with Iran.
Yeah, let me just clear something up about this so-called Kurdish invasion. Whether you're horny for war or you're against the war, you were being lied to by the Trump administration about the arming of the Kurds for an invasion. There isn't going to be this heroic force of, female feminist Kurdish fighters storming into Iraq and driving all the way to Tehran while the U.S. just sits back and watches. This is a Trojan horse for U.S. ground invasion, and it mimics the strategy, the colossally failed strategy that the U.S. employed in South Vietnam under John F. Kennedy, in which U.S. advisors were placed in behind the cover of the South Vietnamese puppet army, which couldn't fight for itself. And then the deeper and deeper they waded in, the more casualties they incurred, the more it became an open ground invasion.
It also, Bay of Pigs, they tried to set Kennedy up, knowing they'd be stuck on the beach, the same thing. He was then supposed to fully commit. So this is a classic trap for the president. Do you think he knows he's being set up?
No, I mean, the setup of the president is so complex. And it's something I've been working on. I'm about to release an article. But, I mean, it starts with influence at the top from Miriam Adelson donating hundreds of millions of dollars. This is an Israeli asset operating in the United States, pretending to be an NBA owner like she's American. She answers to Israel. She's so Israeli, she's testified in Netanyahu's corruption trial. She's Donald Trump's top donor. The money comes with conditions. You have to wage war on Iran. You have to do whatever Israel wants. But then Donald Trump is a complex figure. He's not someone who's just, he might just take the money and run, as he did with all that Gulf money, and he's abandoned them.
No, they had to have the Saudis tell him to do it, and then, oh, sir, the Iranians are trying to kill you. Yeah, exactly.
That's it. There you go. You hit the nail on the head. So how do you get into Donald Trump's head? Okay, Thomas Crooks missed his head by an inch. And immediately afterwards, Israeli intelligence went to work trying to convince Donald Trump that the Butler, PA assassination plot was actually an Iranian plot. They had confidential informants providing tips to the Department of Justice, telling them this was actually Iran. They couldn't find any Iranian connection. And the FBI, working with Israeli intelligence, created manufactured plots in the United States to convince Donald Trump that Iranian agents from the IRGC were hunting him. These are totally fake plots manufactured from start to finish by FBI confidential informants. Look up Asif Merchant. He's on trial right now in Brooklyn, and he was supposedly hiring hitmen for Iran. The entire plot was cooked up by the FBI.
CIA,
the entire plot. And so Donald Trump.
This was so obvious. The day after Butler, on air, I said, "Watch! Within a week, they're going to say Iran was behind it," and then sure enough, they did it. I mean, I can already see the pre-setup of it.
Yeah, and there was so much obstruction around Butler. Tucker Carlson did a great documentary about all the obstruction, but at the same time, you had the national security state and the Israelis trying to get into Trump's head because they needed to keep him on a path to war when he was campaigning in 2024 as the peace president who was against a war on Iran. Remember, he used to attack Marco Rubio for being for war
And
with
now
Iran.
we know
Now
they're
Marco
giving him
Rubio.
briefings, and he said yesterday they were going to hit us very soon. We had to hit him first. And he kind of looks down and he saes that about him. I guarantee you they told him they got other plots and that he's bought it. He believes. Remember they did the same thing where they said to George W. Because he wasn't involved in 9/11 actually doing it. He was just literally low-grade moron. But he said, they tried to kill my daddy. The Iraqis had a plot. So that's why I did it. That's why we went in 2003.
Exactly.
Because they tried to kill my daddy.
So there's so many similarities to Iraq. I mean, the main difference is Iraq had none of the conventional capacity that Iran does. But yeah, that's how they got into George W. Bush's head as well. And it was the Israelis working with the American national security state. Donald Trump campaigned on the peace president as the peace president. He attacked little Marco and he misled everybody. He misled his entire base.
But now it's time for Armageddon. Rejoice.
But Trump really believed this. Did you know Trump went on decoy flights on the campaign? He was so afraid of Iranians attempting to assassinate him that he was flying on Steve Witkoff's jet, and the rest of his campaign had to fly on Trump Force One because Trump was told the Iranians are hunting you. And the more that took place, the more he became hell-bent on revenge.
But I was concerned that the globalists could shoot him down and then blame the Iranians in a false flag.
Well, that's almost what happened. That's almost what happened. The first of all, I'm not saying it's exactly what happened. It's almost what happened. The Butler case was so strange and so unusual. The FBI lied about Thomas Crooks, said he had, this is Christopher Wray. He said Thomas Crooks had no social media footprint. He was a loner with no political views. Turns out he was commenting on YouTube for 2 years, almost under his own name, Tom Crooks, calling for assassinating U.S. politicians and calling for instigating a civil war. Then his body was cremated after being handed over to his family 8 days later. And then you have all these FBI reports. We've been tracking Iranian plots. This guy, Asif Merchant, was arrested the day before Butler took place. This guy who was supposedly leading Iranian plots. And then the next thing you know, FBI agents fly to Houston to interrogate him in his jail cell 30 hours after Butler to determine whether Iran was behind it. So they were looking for an Iranian connection. And imagine if Butler had worked, if that had ended Trump's campaign, who would have stepped into the breach as the Republican nominee? It would have been neocon Nikki Haley, who would have then been campaigning on Iran killing Donald Trump.
Exactly. And then you got the guy coming to try to kill the Mar-a-Lago, and Graham was going to play golf that day, but canceled. It's so obvious. So I want to shift gears and get into the big picture because you're dead on. That's why you've done your research. We can finish each other's sentences here because we're not making this up, folks. That's why it's so frustrating. Trump is under a total psyop. I don't say that to let him get away with what he's doing. That's how he is. He's smart in things he knows, but for people that know well, he is incredibly ignorant about the military, incredibly ignorant on history. He just doesn't know, folks. And so they can just manipulate him. And now at 79, he is just, here's the thing. He does not give an F now. And he doesn't listen to basically anybody unless, like you said, there's all these overlapping levels of BS. That's how you get him. And they've been able to do that now. So I want to ask you, we're about to go to break, but big picture, just give us a little prelude. Is there any way to extricate us out of this? Is there any way to pull Trump's bacon out for all of our sakes? Or what are the bad scenarios if this continues on into just, it's already full commitment. I mean, what is he likely to do? I mean, this is so dangerous. Because I've already got his new announcements here. He's literally like, I'm going to decide who the new leader is the next few weeks. He's literally counting his chickens before they're hatched right here. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah. George W. Bush went to war as a popular president after 9/11. The war was initially popular. This war is unpopular. There was no 9/11. Donald Trump is underwater in the polls. He could easily just pull out and say, we killed the Ayatollah. We did all this damage to them. We hit their nuclear facilities. We're done. But the Israelis will not let him do that because then they'll be left alone. And then they will be struck by Iranian ballistic missiles in retaliation. And so they're doing everything possible to keep the U.S. escalating all the way to a ground war that the U.S. cannot get out of. That's why Israel is the most dangerous force in the world to the United States, because Iran cannot force the U.S. into a war. Only Israel can. And in a ground war, the U.S. will be playing to Iran's strength, and more American soldiers will die. For Israel, it would destroy Donald Trump's legacy, and this administration will go down in flames if he goes down that route. I can't say how the war will go. I can say his administration will go down if he goes down that route.
Well, I mean, you're right. And I interrupt you going into the history of how the advisors in 60 helping the French in Indochina, and then we're really already at war. By 64, we staged the Gulf of Tonkin. I was using the example of Bay of Pigs when they were going to set Kennedy up. You know, the Cuban exiles get caught on the beach. Hey, you got to give mayor support. Kennedy says, no, you set me up. But this is 100%. They're going to send the Kurds in. They're going to call them, the people of Iran are being killed. They need our help. And then now we're fully in there, and we've invaded Iran, which is already starting.
Yeah, and hundreds of thousands of Iranian men will sign up to fight the great Satan. I mean, they are enthusiastic to do this.
Yeah, this is a huge recruiting thing for them. We'll be right back. I'm making this announcement on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. You have until the 17th of March to take advantage of the March mega sale at thealexjonestore.com. It's one of the biggest sales of the year yet. Up to 40% off store-wide. 25% off on the shirts, on the hats. 10% off on things like the collectible knives, and up to 40% off on supplements like ultramethylene blue. And the more you buy, the more you save. These are incredible products. You've seen the rave reviews. You've seen the 5-star reviews. These are the very best game-changing supplements available, period. Again, I only sell things that really work because I want you to get them and I want you to love them. We now have an over 90% reorder on the supplements on the site. No one in that industry has it because the products are so good, and obviously you're loyal as well. And I thank you so much for keeping us on the air. We're changing the world. We're battling the globalists. We are having the greatest effect together. That's all of us against the new world order we've ever had. And it's all because of your support of my broadcast and other broadcasts like it. But regardless, the enemy recognizes that InfoWars is the tip of the spear. And the bad guys are continuing to read the newspapers and try to shut us down as early as late March. We're battling them in court. It looks like this could be the end. That's okay, because the InfoWar belongs to the people. The InfoWar is about telling the truth and countering the lies of the globalists. And the AlexJonesStore.com is not owned by me. It's owned by Big. The backup Alex Jones Network is ready. It's not owned by me. It's owned by them, and I work for them. And so as long as you support the sponsor, no matter what happens to InfoWars, the AlexJonesStore.com can keep us on the air. So right now, your purchase at the AlexJonesStore.com keeps InfoWars going, pays the payroll, the bandwidth, the satellites, all of it. But as soon as InfoWars shuts down, it's more critical than ever that you support the AlexJonesStore.com because it will move forward into the future as our main sponsor. But regardless, this is a win. As InfoWars not delivered, in Gladiator, he chops up the first 4 guys when they throw them in the ring or in the arena, and he says, "Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?" Well, I would say to you, are you not satisfied? Have we not delivered in the fight against the globalists? You bet on the right horse, and I'm asking you to continue to bet on us as the info war continues on, regardless, as we refuse to submit to tyrants. But the reason this is such a win-win or a non-zero-sum game or a 360 win, the termite coined over a decade ago, is because everybody participating supports freedom, supports the fight against tyrants, the fight for team humanity against the globalists, and you get incredible products at the same time. So if you haven't tried ultramethylene blue or our bovine colostrum or our CMOS or our Shilajit, these are all incredible products available right now at thealexjonestore.com. And if you're going to buy anything on the site, you do a VIP for $30 a month, cancel any time for free, and instantly $40 is put in your account. The second you click in a VIP, when it recurs each month, instantly $40 goes in. So you make $10 to spend on top of the $30 you spend. Special deals, special offers. And with one click in your profile, you cancel anytime for free. So it's a very light commitment, and you get special deals with everything else. So anybody buying anything on the AlexJonesStore.com should be a VIP, so make sure you do that. So take advantage of the March mega sale right now, running until the 17th at the AlexJonesStore.com, and be the reason we'll always stay on the air. Again, I salute you and thank you. Take action now.
Methylene blue, it is tremendous. I would not be making this video if I didn't believe in it. After I take it throughout the day, I start feeling better and better and better. My workouts I feel like I'm 15 years younger than I am. And the app that I record my running on proves that my workouts are getting better. So I got to tell you what, God, family, country, InfoWars, and methylene blue. Get it while you can.
Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones. Crashing through the lies and disinformation, it's Alex Jones.
All right, we got Max Blumenthal, really smart journalist, historian, knows what we're talking about. We'll just about another 15 minutes. We're going to continue with your phone calls after that. I'll hit a few while he's still here. Max, I mean, you're dead on about the history here, and it's just horrifying. Trump seems to look particularly happy right now. He's putting out statements. Everyone loves what's happening. Cuba's next. I mean, I'm really seeing some megalomania here. I wanted Trump to, you know, get jobs back and be a populist, and seeing him as a disruptive thing to the establishment. But now with this, it's just horrifying. There's so many areas to go to. What do you think this audience should know? And is there, I mean, I already asked the question, was there any way to stop this?
Again, if Donald Trump wants to be an American leader, he can stop it right now. But that's not what's happening. He has launched Operation Epstein Fury for Israel after becoming a vehicle for Israeli foreign influence, and he is putting American service members and American interests and American assets in the line of fire for a tiny little apartheid colony 6,000 miles away that has an enormous preponderance of political and financial influence over his administration. And this just in, Alex, from Axios, Donald Trump says that Benjamin Netanyahu must be pardoned. Benjamin Netanyahu is facing 3 corruption trials in his own country. And Trump said, every day I talk to Bibi about the war, I want him to focus on the war and not the effing court case. That's how pathetic this is. That's how subservient Donald Trump is behaving. And that's not the leader that I think America First supporters elected.
He's literally holding Europe hostage, saying, do this. I mean, basically.
Yeah. Oh, Europe's so screwed. And I don't think the Trump administration understands the cascading economic effects of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which isn't even fully closed, but ships are not going through. Like Maersk and the major shipping companies, they've suspended operations. And as I said, Qatar's cut off LNG to Europe. So this will take like a month for LNG to come back if the war ends today. This is going to have enormous cascading effects on the economy going through for like the rest of the year, all the way to midterms, when he and the Republicans probably get clobbered because Donald Trump decided to focus on nation building and neocon BS instead of the original agenda that he marketed to his support base that wanted to make America great again. It's so devastating what we're going to see economically when the Strait of Hormuz is closed. And by the way, this is why the U.S. and Israel are waging war on Iran, because they want to control the Strait of Hormuz, but there's an independent nation there. If that nation wasn't Islamic, wasn't Muslim, and they were Chinese, it would still be under attack if they supported the Palestinians, who have been under occupation for decades, and they controlled the Strait of Hormuz and had the control of their own economy and didn't have massive IMF debt. They would still be under attack. That's what this is about. And again, what people need to know is this is not a war that will support American interests or make America great. It's a war by being directed by a tiny militant Zionist fanatic cabal that has control over Donald Trump and now control over the U.S. military.
And by the way, we have live feeds from the international organization showing that basically no ships are going through. You put that back up. Trump comes out a day and a half ago and says, I'll pay for any ships that are damaged, even though insurance won't do it. No one's listening to him on that. So he's obviously not thought through what this is going to do. The Iranians have not even officially closed it because a few ships got hit. The insurance companies have. As you can see, folks, no, the ships are all waiting. They're all waiting. And then this is going to build up and build up and build up. And meanwhile, I noticed the ADL and a bunch of people came out and called Joe Rogan anti-Semitic because he criticized this war and criticized, Israel lobby or whatever. And so just pick more and more fights. So I've known Joe 26, 7 years, the most anti-racist guy there is. Now let's pick a fight with Joe Rogan and call him anti-Semitic. This is just escalatory.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Rogan, who is this beloved figure in the world of UFC. UFC is like one of the most racially diverse sports in human history and international sports in human history. Of course, you go to a UFC match, most of the people in the crowd support Trump. They're not liberals, but they don't really care what race you are if you're in the ring. And it's so it's so insane for them to pick a fight with Joe Rogan. But, I welcome it because it exposes them. They've been attacking me for years and years and years. The ADL, or we should actually just call them the Defamation League. And their race hustler in chief, Jonathan Greenblatt, constantly attacks me by name, but never says why I'm anti-Semitic. I'm Jewish, by the way, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much I believe in Judaism, how much if I go to synagogue or I read the Torah, the only thing that matters is I bow down before the Moloch of Israeli apartheid and support its perpetual wars for empire in the region. And that's the problem here. And then I think this is dangerous for Jews, is more and more people are seeing that when you're called an anti-Semite, you're not actually attacking Jews, but it makes them angry at these organizations that identify themselves as like the defenders of the Jewish people.
I mean, let's be clear. It is giving the whacked out people that think everybody's secretly, I work for it, magical powers. If it's a rainy day, the Jews did it. It is energizing those lunatics, which I'm concerned about long term.
Yeah, and I mean, I've seen your debates where you, condemn anti-Semitism. They still go after you. Jonathan Greenblatt condemned you in the same sentence as me. But again, it's dangerous. If the Anti-Defamation League raises money off of anti-Semitism, then it makes sense for them and their business model that there be more anti-Semitism. If Israel markets itself as a state that protects the Jewish people and is a sanctuary for Jews, then it would be better for the so-called Jewish state of Israel to have more anti-Semitism in the United States and Europe, so more Jews leave and move to Israel because they're actually running out of bodies in their demographic war against the Palestinians.
Sure, and now these stereotypes about Israel that really weren't true from my research is becoming true. Like Israel really is trying to run the U.S.
I mean, it's been happening undercover for a long time, and I can talk about that. But now it's just so out in the open. It's so shameless.
Briefly, I got to go. I'm going to go to calls, but come back soon, please. You're really informed, and it teaches us a lot. How powerful is, quote, I know there's a different arms, AIPAC, and you got liberal groups, and you got, I mean, it's not one block, but is the Israel lobby the most powerful lobby?
Yeah, because the Israel lobby can back up its threats, unlike many other lobbies. Like, look at what happened to Cori Bush, some backbench, small-time lawmaker from St. Louis. They kicked in $10 million to defeat her because she supported Palestine. That's unheard of in St. Louis politics. And it's not just AIPAC. It's billionaires like Paul Singer and Miriam Adelson, who are the top donors to Donald Trump. And again, they can back up their threats against you. So they have Trump not just under their influence, but afraid, I think. Whereas, the Gulf billionaires will come in and give Donald Trump a new jet for $400 billion, give him $1 trillion from their sovereign wealth fund, but they're not backing that. There's no threat on the other side. Donald Trump can just take that money and do whatever he wants.
So your predictions for the future?
Well, my prediction is this war will continue to drag on for weeks, if not months, unless Donald Trump somehow decides that he can find an off-ramp. And tragically, something I would hate to see is one off-ramp would be an event in which numerous U.S. service members get killed and the war becomes an even bigger political disaster. But I think it could drag on for weeks, months, become a ground war, and his administration will go down in flames, and the American public will be taught another lesson about the insanity of regime change and embracing neoconservative wars for Israel. I believe this is a breaking point in American empire and a breaking point in the special relationship with Israel, as we saw yesterday in Congress, a former U.S. Marine staff sergeant pulled out of the chamber as he screamed, "I will not die for Israel." A U.S. senator physically assaulted him, Tim Sheehy from Montana, along with the cops, broke his arm. And we're going to see more and more of this. A reckoning is coming.
Well, they didn't just grab him and like say, "Come with us, sir," and he yells and they walk him out. They like attack dogs instantly left and were like panicking in their energy, just like frothing the fear that he say something. I mean, it was very bizarre.
Yeah. And there's nothing more devastating from an optical point of view than a former U.S. Marine in his uniform stating exactly what this is to the people in power, that he will not fight a war for Israel. He wore the uniform for America. And this is, I think this feeling is widespread among U.S. service members, but they're not able to say it because they're out there. They're out there in the field. This is a very dangerous time, economically, militarily, and politically.
Absolutely.
And Donald Trump has betrayed America first.
There's no doubt, and I'm not going to betray my viewers and listeners and say that this isn't a big problem. I still support getting rid of the carbon tax and other good things, and I certainly don't endorse the Democrats now, or I wasn't wrong to endorse him before. He was anti-establishment to a great extent, but this new Trump.
If you hate the Democrats, if you're against the Democrats, then you should be against this, because this is handing up the midterms to the Democrats on a platter.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. What do you make of the kind of the new neocon Republican that just says, do whatever Trump says? He's got a master plan, 10D chess. Well, we know that answer. They're just low-grade morons. In closing, come back soon. Who are the worst people in the White House? I mean, who are the really nasty ones that are influencing all of this?
Well, Jared Kushner. What position does Jared Kushner hold? Who is he? He's the son-in-law of Donald Trump, whose father, Charles Kushner, was an Israel-first billionaire tycoon who was imprisoned for corruption and pardoned by Trump. Jared Kushner marries Trump's daughter, and then he comes into the administration as the foreign policy consigliere and is sent to Oman to negotiate with Iran as Trump is moving all of these military assets into the region. And Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, someone who also doesn't really hold a formal position, is just Trump's real estate golf buddy, sabotage the negotiations, lie to the president about what's actually taking place after Iran agrees to zero nuclear enrichment. And they made the negotiations about red lines like ballistic missiles and Iran giving up alliances and things that Donald Trump, I don't even know if he knew they were negotiating that, and paved the path to this war. Jared Kushner holds no position. No one knew he'd be in this administration. And he's also directing the so-called Board of Peace, which is supposed to replace the UN. So that he's surrounded by these dangerous figures who have no accountability to the American public, don't even go to an office.
All the cabinet people's sons, Ludnick, all of them are little princelings making hundreds of millions in deals that are obviously illegal, many of them.
Yep. I mean, Howard Lutnick's son is 28 years old, and he made him the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald. And Howard Lutnick has invested $600 million into the Tether stablecoin. He's holds like a minority share in Tether, which is a huge conflict of interest because as Commerce Secretary, he's deregulating crypto so he can make more money. So to avoid the appearance of a conflict of interest, Howard Lutnick just hands over the Tether control to his son. That's the role that these sons are playing, the Witkoff sons at World Liberty Financial.
They're just the bagmen of the rat holes, but you also got billionaire royalty in the Middle East will then, wherever they want, they go put in $1 billion or $2 billion in crypto. Yep. It's literally just payoffs.
Yeah. Buy our Trump meme coin, $1 billion worth, and some corrupt Gulf billionaire from the Epstein class has a way of basically directly paying the figures in the Trump administration in violation of the U.S. Constitution, and none of us can even track the money because it's all in crypto through dark money channels.
And now you know why they won't indict anybody for AutoPen or Crossfire Hurricane, because now, even if it's not Trump, everybody around him is cashing in, and so that's just where we are. I mean, it's okay. populism's growing all over the world. We're getting some big gains, but we got to be realist. Max Blumenthal, people can find you on your great site, thegrayzone.com. Max Blumenthal on X. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Alex.
Thank you. All right. I wanted to take calls with him, but he had a lot to say and limited time. So he didn't say no, but I could tell he wasn't really for that. So I apologize for making you hold. Sean and James, everybody, I'm going to go to you now, and we're going to get to all your calls before Syrian Girl comes on. And look, folks, I don't relish coming after Trump, okay? But all I've gotten is pain defending Trump, lawsuits, destruction. I was offered $50 million to sell out to the globals before they sued me 7 years ago. And, you know, I mean, I do what's right. And overall, Trump's done so much good, I can hold my nose. But at this point, I'm just no. Now, I don't say don't go vote for Republicans. I'd vote even harder. I mean, you know, there are a lot of great candidates, and the Republicans are way better. And Trump did good overall. Now he's going sideways. I'm going to be 100% clear here. But, and you can take my view and agree with it or not. This is what I do. This is all I do. Okay? And so I am doing what I believe is the most moral, best decisions involved. So I'm not abandoning, you know, the Republican Party. I'm not abandoning any of that. There was some new party that could, you know, was in charge and was doing better. I'd support them. But the Republican Party is just a vehicle to block tyranny. Because if we lose everything in the next few years, they'll be right back to coming after our sons' penises. They'll be right back to open borders and human trafficking. They'll be right back to World War III. I mean, it's been so much better with Trump. But just watching the sons, you know, in there, and you can say it's legal because they have the Justice Department wave a magic wand and say, oh, you're allowed to do this. And I'm just like, come on. I mean, if I wanted to, with all the access I've had over the years, I could be up there doing that too. That's why I stay far away. Don't go to the parties. Don't wear the tuxedos. Don't try to get ingratiated with them. And that's, I'm talking about Trump and the whole system. And that's why they get so upset with me. Because I just want to have my broadcast and my crew and tell the truth and just be far away from Mordor. I want to influence what's happening there for the people. I'm literally a lobbyist for humanity. Team humanity, that's it. I'm like a union rep for humans, families, kids, you know, go to the stars. That's what I stand for. And everybody else, even people that quote good, they're always like, well, what's your angle? Who's paying you? Why do you say what you just said? Blah, blah, blah. I see the talk shows talking about me constantly everywhere. You know, it's like, oh, Jones did this because this person told him to. No, one person tells me what to say, and that's me. Just like these callers, you know, they say what they want. I appreciate them holding. Sean in Oklahoma, thanks for holding. I apologize. Military Air Force at 30351 worked on nuke bases. What's your take on this?
Hello, Alex. The last time we chatted, you said I needed a website because I had explained that I send you literally thousands and thousands of emails to your crew.
All right, brother. Well, we're trying. We're a pretty small crew. What's going on? Tell us what's happening.
Well, can you pull up my link on X? I went ahead and did what you recommended and started a news type site. It's my name and JCOTHERN123 on X. And you'll see that all my information is there. I'm an ex-Strategic Air Command radar repairman. I maintain the radar that watches the airplanes. I was also going to be the first one to die in a war, like you've seen. They take the radar sites out first. You take out your eyes and ears.
Yeah, say that again. I want to pull up your handle on X. Say it again so the crew can type it in.
JCOTHERN123.
All right. Keep going.
You see that I've got a picture of a guy standing in front of a FPN-47 antenna, which is an air surveillance radar antenna. And I maintain the radar that watches the airplanes. I worked around B-52s, around the nukes. I guarded them in the snow when it was 20 below zero. Most people don't realize B-52s need a really long runway to take off because they're so heavy. They need a 2.5-mile long runway. There's only a few bases in the world that support that. So we're limited. When I was I joined after the Vietnam when people were spitting off the Golden Gate Bridge and peeing off of it onto our troops coming in on the ships. And I thought it was disgusting. So I joined the Air Force because my father was 20 years Navy. While I was in the military, Carter gave away the Panama Canal. He killed the troops in a rescue attempt for the Iranian And then Reagan.
Yeah, the
made a
Delta
deal
Force
with
79.
Iran.
So I know you've been around the block. What is your take on Iran right now?
Iran. I went to school with Iranian officers at Keesler in Mississippi, where I trained for a year in advanced electronics. They are some of the most intelligent people I've ever run into. They are smart, but they are being taught the Quran. I'm not going to say good or bad. I'm just saying they're taught differently than we're taught. That's why I started my site on X. Nobody understands Bible prophecy. And as I went through the military, I watched Bible prophecy occurring, and I thought, that's weird. So I spent the last 45 years studying prophecy and how it applies to modern military, and that's what is basically on my site on X.
Well, that's awesome. Let me give you advice about handles. I would never have handles that are a bunch of numbers and stuff. No one can remember those. Because you want to have a handle that's like, something easy to remember. But we'll try to find it still. I really appreciate your call, brother. Thank you. All right, let's go to James in Canada. James, you're on the air. Former military, wants to talk about Iran. Go ahead.
Hi, Alex. God bless you. Iran is a distraction designed to keep the American public staring east while the door is about to be kicked in. This is a demographic and economic pincer movement. The Canadian economy is being controlled, demolished via the Bank Act. The new non-sufficient funds fee caps are a compliance dragnet under the pretense of monitoring high NSF fee use. 6 million bank accounts are going to be frozen in 7 days. When that happens, millions of refugees will flood south. At the same time, Mexicans and other South Americans will flood north because they'll see an opportunity. And this is a dual pressure strike designed to snap the pressure, designed to snap the spine of the United States and break America forever. I invented the trucker convoy prototype. I handed it to the Ottawa organizers on a handwritten note myself.
Well, there's no doubt that the globalists, former head of the Bank of England, are trying to implode Canada with their policies. That's definitely true that Canada is on life support. They're confiscating all the guns. Canada is literally turning into like North Korea.
It is. It's a horrendous communist mess. And I'm in the middle of a bug out to my children to Labrador. I suggest you guys use my prototype in your own American fashion. I'm not going to tell you your destiny because that's yours. That's your freedom. Use it. And you got 7 days, man.
Well, I know they got a bunch of draconian rules going in to track everybody and ban free speech, but you're saying they're actually going to. Didn't the high court say that bank account grabbing was unconstitutional?
Yes, they did, but this is being done in a different fashion. So what this is it's lowering the fee. It's lowering the NSF fee to $10 cap. So what that's going to do is that's going to cause the banks, in order to save themselves, to shut people out. They're going to debank people and send them notices that say, you are no longer with our bank. And those people have no access. Those are all poor people and drug addicts. They're going to go wild.
Well, so it's the equivalent of if the EBT cards got cut off here.
Yes, it's going to be horrendous. And this is why all these drugs have been flooding into both of our countries. This is a pre-prepared army.
Well, I know Canada's in deep trouble, and I don't doubt you, but we'll watch. Thank you, sir. Wow. All right, I'm going to start the next hour, go to Nick, and then we'll go to everybody else. The order the calls are received. And then we've got Syrian Girl, who's really smart, to give us her take on what's happening. But here's the bottom line. The end of the old order is coming. There's a lot of jockeying by some of the same power groups to be in control in the future. But the carbon tax, the transgenderism, the LGBT, that is discredited, and that is their new religion. That is a great positive thing. But you still got the central banks. You still got the big panopticon, AI, surveillance systems, all the big tech is. And they're still going to try to stay in control. But because they're exposed, it's going to get harder and harder and harder. I haven't plugged yet today because the news has been so incredibly hardcore. But the products really are amazing, and that's how we fund our operation, so I need your support. We have a flash weekend sale today through Monday, March 9th, 50% off methylene blue capsules. It's the very same high-quality methylene blue that's in the tincture. 50% off that when you buy ultramethylene blue tincture, which is, again, the pills are great for travel. It's the best methylene blue out there. You really owe it to yourself. Tommy Roberts was blown away by it yesterday here in studio. And we have the March mega sale, 40% off on NAD, Ultimate Burn, Live Force CMOS, methylene blue tincture, and more. Take advantage of that right now at thealexstore.com. Has InfoWars not delivered? In Gladiator, he chops up the first 4 guys when they throw him in the ring or in the arena, and he says, "Are you not entertained?"
Are you not entertained?
I would say to you, are you not satisfied? Have we not delivered in the fight against the globalists? You bet on the right horse, and I'm asking you to continue to bet on us as the info war continues on, regardless, as we refuse to submit to tyrants. But the reason this is such a win-win or a non-zero-sum game or a 360 win, a termite coin over a decade ago, is because everybody participating supports freedom, supports the fight against tyrants, the fight for team humanity against the globalists, and you get incredible products at the same time. So if you haven't tried Ultramethylene Blue or our bovine colostrum or our CMOS or our Shilajit, these are all incredible products available right now at thealexjonesstore.com. And if you're going to buy anything on the site, you can become a VIP for $30 a month, cancel any time for free, and instantly $40 is put in your account. The second you click in a VIP, when it recurs each month, instantly $40 goes in. So you make $10 to spend on top of the $30 you spend. Special deals, special offers, and with one click of your profile, you cancel anytime for free. So it's a very light commitment, and you get special deals on everything else. So anybody buying anything on thealexstore.com should be a VIP, so make sure you do that. You have until the 17th of March to take advantage of the March mega sale at thealexstore.com. This is one of the biggest sales of the year yet, up to 40% off store-wide, 25% off on the shirts, on the hats, 10% off on things like the collectible knives, and up to 40% off on supplements like Ultramethylene Blue. And the more you buy, the more you save. So take advantage of the March mega sale right now, running until the 17th at thealexstore.com, and be the reason we'll always stay on the air. Again, I salute you and thank you. Take action now.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
While you were sleeping, they came and took it away.
Remember a few weeks ago they said that Chrissy Nell would be out. Everybody, oh, no. And I said, no, that's how Trump does. He floats it first. Well, she's out as the head of DHS. Trump says, I'm pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. She'll be sent now to head up another organization. I'll get to more of that later. But right now, let's get more of your calls in. Nick in Oklahoma, Army on the Iran war. What's your take? Thanks for holding.
Well, I got a quick question for you. So how many of our senators and congressmen have the dual citizenship with Israel?
I forget the number, but I think it's like got to be like 50 or something in the House.
Right. So they've already penetrated it at that level. So this war was already premeditated in some senses, right? And every act to get here has been premeditated.
Yeah, they've been training the Kurds for the invasion for years.
Yep. So with all of this going on in the war, why didn't they do this under Biden?
That's a good question. Why do you think?
I don't know. But I know with the war now that what they'll do is it'll be drones. I can't see them putting anybody on the ground besides, like you said, the special forces and everybody that's specifically designed for it. So, but I don't know, man. It's a crazy world.
Well, I think this is going to last years if it doesn't get shut down.
But if this is our forever war, what does it keep us out of? Are we going to go to war with China after this, or with Russia while fighting Iran? Imagine if it was Fallujah every step of the way.
You know.
Well, those the gods would destroy, they first make mad, and it's confirmed. And the Pentagon leaked the first leak against Trump, telling him not to do this. So even those generals, that are establishment said this is too dangerous. There's too many murky scenarios, and Trump, talked to Israel. He said it. I talked to Israel and Saudi Arabia, and they said it was the right thing to do. Well, you didn't talk to your constituents, did you, Trump? And he said today, everyone's loving the war, while his surrogates say it isn't a war. It's very insulting to our intelligence.
But it's their point of view of it, which sucks. But it's all, how many steps have we already taken to get here that could have been stopped? But instead, we just kind of slowly walked into it, seen every step, all the way back to Obama. If Hillary won this, imagine a war with her going to Iran.
Well, she'd have done it even quicker. Thanks for the call. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't want to hear the Democrats, oh, you're discredited, you supported Trump, no, he's bad. I'm proud I backed Trump. We've gotten so much good done. It's been revolutionary. The system did hate him, but he's been brainwashed and co-opted at this point. Lee in Kansas. Lee, you're on the air. Go ahead. Marine on Nuke Guard. Go ahead. Lee in Kansas. Yep, hit those buttons in there. Go ahead, Lee.
You there?
Yeah, they just didn't hear me talking to him. Go ahead.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, thank you for taking my call. I want to give you a little insight on what's going on with this war in Iran. Iran was about to fall into a civil war because of their financial and the fact that they're out of water throughout the entirety of the country. So we needed to take out their nuclear ambitions and their tunnels and their delivery systems, like their ballistic missiles. That's what started all this. Apparently, either the Trump administration or the Israelis could see that their weapons that were not buried in Midnight Hammer last year were going to be susceptible to be taken by a faction of the civil war that was developing in Iran. So we need to take those out. And now we're in a full-scale war with it. The people who created this entire situation is that Ayatollah Khomeini and his IRGC.
Hold on, don't hang up. Don't hang up. You've held so long. 1 minute break. I'm going to come right back to you, Lee in Kansas. Stay there. I want to hear your take. Then Syrian Girl's on with us. We'll also take calls with her. Then I'll take nothing but calls in the fourth hour. We'll be right back.
Bovine Colostrum Plus, a really incredible new product that's flying off the shelves. What if one simple scoop a day could strengthen your body's natural defenses at every single stage of life? This is Bovine Colostrum Plus, nature's very first superfood, now in its purest, most potent form. For teens and kids, Colostrum Plus delivers 4,000 milligrams of immune-boosting IgG antibodies and 20 grams of premium protein to power growth, crush colds before they start, and keep young athletes recovering faster and staying in the game. In your 20s and 30s, it rebuilds your gut barrier, sharpens focus, and helps you bounce back from tough workouts and late nights like you're still 21. Hitting 40, 50, and beyond? Well, Bovine Colostrum Plus fights back against age-related immune decline, supports healthy inflammation levels, and keeps your joints, skin, and energy feeling years younger. One scoop, 500 milligrams of soothing marshmallow root for your gut, 500 milligrams of lactoferrin, nature's ultimate defender, and zero junk. Get it today at thealexjonesstore.com.
From the front lines of the information war, it's Alex Jones.
Well, I don't want to hear anybody say there's a slow news day ever or that they're bored. The world is incredibly dynamic. There's the good, the bad, and the ugly, but we have been sleptwalked into a full war with Iran. They've sent communist / Al-Qaeda Kurds in out of Iraq. Trump is saying everybody loves the war and Cuba's next. I think Trump is on a little bit of a power trip here. And this is a nightmare scenario. I was taking calls. I want to finish up with one before we go to Syrian Girl who will ride shotgun with us. And then I'll continue with calls into the fourth hour. Lee, we're making some great points. Start back over. You got cut off on the break. Go ahead.
All right. Are you still there?
Yes, I am. Start back over. Go ahead.
All right. So the Iranians, the Ayatollah Khomeini and his IRGC put Iran in the situation they're in today. Their currency was worthless. Their out of water throughout all of Tehran and most of the country, it was about to dissolve into a civil war. Apparently, that information came out, and it was decided that the nuclear weapons, that Iran and all their fissile material needed to be taken away from anyone's possession. That was the whole reason between Operation Midnight Hammer, that where we bombed the 3 sites, was to sink in all the tunnels. Now, they still apparently must have had a couple of them that were not caught up in that operation. And that's why we're bombing them now. But seriously, you've got anywhere from 10 million to 14 million people out of water throughout the area around Tehran. And when they started protesting, it's being reported here that it's over currency. Overseas, it's being reported about the drought. The regime started mowing down their people in mass by the tens of thousands. The last number I heard was 30,000.
I've seen all the war propaganda. I'm sure they did kill some people. The point is, and we know about the drought too. The point is that the West overthrew Mossadegh in 1953. Then they used the radical Islamists to, put in and double cross it and put the Shah in, and then the CIA helped bring in the Ayatollah. And so Israel and the West want destabilized bad leadership, just like Israel founded Hamas and admitted they do. And Netanyahu doubled their money right up until October 7th, that he stood down. And now they put al-Qaeda in charge of Syria. I appreciate your call. They want destabilization. So this idea that, we're going in there, it's an emergency and all this. This is about dominance and control of the center of the chessboard. And Israel wants a greater Israel, and Israel is the main motive and the main system, the engine, the circus master, the ringleader that controls Congress to a great extent to exercise the will. But there are the defense contractors and others that also want control. So this is 100% vindication for everybody that warned of this. And this is a betrayal by Trump. And notice, they say, Israel made us do it. Oh, no, Israel didn't make us do it. Okay, Israel did make us do it, but that's a good thing. And then Trump also comes out and says, I've got to end this cabinet meeting. I got to go run this war. But then his surrogates, if you say this is an undeclared war, they attack you and go, oh, you're a liberal traitor. This isn't even a war. I mean, it's just mind control. And then you have the Democrats who are absolutely evil, just rejoicing in all of this. And then this has the real potential to derail the entire administration and the good things that have happened, like killing the carbon tax that, if implemented, would have killed 2 billion people in the big studies that have done within 10 years. So I needed Trump to succeed. I want him to succeed, but I will not sit here and join in on the gaslighting about this, okay? Will not do it. And this is a disaster, and the poll numbers everywhere. I mean, the horrible Trump in the same day, no, I gave the order. Actually, Israel gave the order. Marco Rubio, yeah, Israel struck, so we had to. No, that's not what it was, but they did. And, okay, it's about regime change. No, it's about WMDs. I mean, this is terrible. And then now boots on the ground. Took them 15 years to take down Assad. And I'm telling you, we're at war with Iran, hot war now. And the establishment, like Trump said 2 days ago, this may last forever. So they're committing us to a war with a population much bigger than Syria, Iraq, surrounded by mountains. They're sending in these communist groups and these al-Qaeda groups that the Iranians absolutely hate. And the sociologists have said will unify the Iranians against them. And remember, the U.S. funded the Iran-Iraq war for 7-8 years, killed millions of people. And so that's where we are. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Trump said he guarantees it's reopened. He told ships to go through. They won't. So this is unraveling very, very quickly. And I've talked to the economist. If this inflation continues for even a few months, it derails the numbers for Trump's recovery to work. So Israel's had the plan and the neocons for decades. The clean break since 96. Rebuilding America's Defenses, PNAC, April 2000. To take 7 countries, and the final one is Iran. But notice, now that the final country to take down, they want to do it in 6 years in the Project for American Century, and in Clean Break, that then became classified documents. After the fact, Israel puts out its policy report, and then becomes the battle plan, then becomes classified. And then Wesley Clark talks about the classified version. notice that now, I've been saying this for months. I said once they take down Iran, if they're successful, I said I don't think they will be quickly. And if we even win it, it'll be Pyrrhic victory. We do all this and then it enrages the world and bankrupts us more and then does it for groups that are basically working against us, parasitic. I said, who will they say they want to attack next? And I said, Turkey, Saudi Arabia. Hell, Jordan's been an ally of Israel. Well, Obama under the Arab Spring freaking attacked Egypt. And I mean, so I said they might just go after Jordan. Maybe Kuwait. I mean, there's no loyalty here. And now you have the Israelis saying all over the news, oh, Turkey's the new enemy. And then Saudi Arabia might not be trustworthy either, said Bennett, the former prime minister. So if you think it's just Netanyahu you got to worry about, you're wrong. The Israeli leadership runs from megalomaniacs to psychotic megalomaniacs, and they are emboldened by their successes, just like Trump is with Venezuela. And so this is bad, folks. Absolutely terrible. I want to go to Syrian Girl and then back to calls. Syrian Girl, it's great to have you here with us. Again, your family was part of the ruling party there, got kicked out by Assad. You're no fan of them, but you've described it, broken down. You're a scientist, live in Australia, also been a journalist, partisan girl on X, on YouTube, and more. It's great to have you. I wish we were speaking over peaceful developments here, but why don't you give us your assessment of what we're facing right now?
Yes, Alex, thank you so much for having me once again. Always a pleasure to be here. I have to say, Max Blumenthal is a bit of a tough act to follow, but I hope I can add to the conversation. You had I suppose, a few things I could add already. You had a listener that came in here that said, Iran was running out of water, and therefore, there was a revolution, and therefore the U.S. decided to go in and get the nukes. Just for anyone who's listening, this is a complete reversal of what actually happened. The U.S. Actually recently bombed the desalination plant of Iran, and that means it's a factory or infrastructure that cleans the water, and that now has been bombed. So it's exacerbated the water crisis. There was an attempted CIA regime change operation which failed, and as a result of that, that's why they decided to go into war. This, you've heard about these invisible tens of thousands of people that were supposedly killed during the regime change operation. We've never seen images like we did in Gaza to suggest that. But nevertheless, we're supposed to take that as face value as a casus belli for this war.
Yeah, that last fellow sounded like he was reading off a script.
I'm afraid so. And I mean, just in case anyone, I know, Alex, you're not fooled, but just in case anyone in the listeners might, carry on that notion that, we had to go in because, then the nukes would fall into the wrong hands. No, the CIA was the one that was pushing for the regime change. So it wouldn't have been the wrong hands. And what nukes exactly? I mean, there was a fatwa issued by the guy that was killed, Khamenei, against getting nuclear weapons.
Yeah, but you noticed that after he was dead, the council members said, well, we can put one together in a week. So regardless, I think the country's allowed to have nukes, so it doesn't matter. I mean, under this rule, you can attack whoever you want. What do you make of Trump? Well, they were going to attack us in a couple of days. We had to attack them. I mean, sorry, keep going.
No, please continue.
No, it's just, this floundering, just dozens of different stories every hour, changing it, why we're there, what's going on. I mean, this is like designed to destroy the midterms.
I think that, honestly, I don't see that is necessarily entirely in Trump's hands. I know he's the president, but how much power does the president really have? I mean, the Secretary of State can equally have a lot of power when it comes to foreign policy. And I feel strongly that whoever was the president, whether it be Biden or Clinton, this was going to happen. I mean, General Wesley Clark said 7 countries in 5 years. It's been more than 5 years. And I also wanted to agree with what you told Max. I think this war is going to last for, you said, Max said months. I think I agree with you, Alex. It could even be years. And what I wanted to elaborate on a little bit is some of the economic effects that this is going to have, because it's going to be a lot more intense than COVID was when it comes to the economy, the cost of living, and the hyperinflation. If I may get into that, or if you wanted to discuss something else, I'm happy to do so.
Oh, absolutely. Just the energy cost increase from the Strait of Hormuz right now is already pushing it up, and the world was already having big inflation problems. That's what I warned of in the last year. If Trump got in this, they'd close the strait. And then just a few months of this, if you do the math, it will kill the math for his recovery.
In fact, it might even be worse than that, because all of, like, not all of, but a lot of the world's oil comes from that location. Now, the Chinese ships are allowed to come out of there, but oil isn't just what you put in your car. There's jet fuel, so aircrafts are going to be affected. There's plastics, so that product is going to be affected. And when it comes to jet fuel being affected, that means the transportation of products is going to be affected, not just with shipping, but with flight, which means that medication is going to become more expensive. Your Amazon packages are going to become more expensive. Food is going to become more expensive. Here in Australia, we have 30 days of fuel left. That's what the government's announced. So it's going to get interesting, because this thing's going to go longer than 30 days. The thing is, I also wanted to say, you guys discussed whether or not how do we get out of this thing. I wanted to touch on that as well. I don't want to go all over the place, though. Maybe we can focus on the economy first and then move on to that.
Well, the economy is important, but people don't even think 2 weeks ahead. I am concerned just in general about what's happened to Trump's brain, that he ran on not going to full war with Iran, regime change. Now they're doing it. They admit the Pentagon plan is regime change. He said it on TV a bunch. And then, quote, he's running a war. But then his surrogates say that's insane. It's a Democrat talking point when he just said it. What do you think's happening to Trump? Because I know he's actually a good man. He means well. But this is a disaster.
Honestly, I've been reading some reports. I'll try to pull them up for you. That they told him that this thing was going to be 48 hours, and that's it. So, he probably thought it was going to be something similar along the lines of what happened during the 12-day war, where he did one strike and then called it a day. And they convinced him to kill Khamenei, just like they convinced him to kill Soleimani, and then allowed him to bear the weight of the consequences, having told him that this thing is only going to be 48 hours. So they also told him that, there's going to be ways to escalate and de-escalate, and there's going to be off-ramps. But essentially what they've done is they've killed the Pope of Shia Islam. This is what Khamenei was. He wasn't the president of Iran. If anyone's like listening and they think this guy was like the leader, like President Assad or Saddam Hussein.
No, this is like the ultimate martyrdom.
Yes. So essentially, he wasn't the president, he wasn't the prime minister, he wasn't the foreign minister. He was the Pope, not just of Iranians, but of all Shia Muslims around the world. So when Trump says he wants to choose the new guy, he's essentially saying, I want to choose who your Pope's going to be. And now I'm calling him the Pope, but it's the Ayatollah. He has to be a direct descendant of the family of the Prophet Muhammad. So it's a very selective position that comes from a religious
basis. He's like Muhammad on earth, and that exactly. And Eric Prince said a week before this happened, he said again, he said, listen, make a deal, create like a Vatican City, and let the Shiites have their headquarters, like Mecca be there, or the Shiites will fight forever, which he was right and told Trump, don't do this. Of course, Trump didn't listen. So now it's a little late. Not only do we not build them a Vatican City and kick them, and then, like we send Napoleon to the island, because that makes it, have to have a huge war. Instead, they blow the Pope up, which is now unified the people to a greater extent.
Correct. And the thing is that now there's no off-ramp. It's not like they didn't just kill the president. They killed the religious leader. And what I found interesting is some of the American commanders, apparently across a lot of different military outfits. They're telling them this is Armageddon. It's a religious war, and we're starting a religious war. And it just so happens to be juxtaposition at the similar time of a blood moon and Purim, which is a Jewish religious holiday that marks the death of 75,000 Persians, and it was in the book of Esther. So, the people who are doing this aren't doing this for economic reasons. They're doing this because of their fervent religious belief. And that's what makes it scary. It's not like there's a rational actor behind the scenes. They call Iran religious and irrational, but the guys that are in charge are equally so, and not necessarily out of Christian belief either.
I was about to say, I think what the mullahs believe, and then their third imam and all that, and then they've got to push the end of the world themselves. Then you have, this is confirmed, Pentagon with top brass in there being taught, we're going to force the Antichrist. We're going to force the Battle of Armageddon. And you have Pastor Hagee, one of the top Zionist preachers, over the weekend saying, now Mog and Gay Mog, or whatever they're called, are going to attack, and the Lord will come back. Well, if you read the Bible, you have the Antichrist first, and then this happens later. He's like, no, Gog and Magog are attacking. We are forcing Jesus to come. And it's just total cuckoo town.
Well, do you know who also wanted to bring about the end of the world and have Jesus return at Damascus? It was ISIS. ISIS had this idea that if they were to attack 90 countries or whatever, I don't remember how many it was, that it will trigger the end of the world and the return of the Messiah. So there is a bunch of people who are trying to make these prophecies happen by force, and it's ISIS, it's
Israel and the third temple and the red heifer.
You read my mind. It's the Temple Institute in Israel. They're gunning for the end of the war. So when they say it's Armageddon, I'm looking around, and to me it looks like Armageddon, because I know it's just Iran on fighting the U.S. by itself so far, but there's also war going on in Ukraine and Russia, and China might eventually kick off as well. But Iran alone is doing a lot of damage to the U.S. military in the region. People will be upset by that, but the evidence is clear. They've blinded the U.S. Yes, they're taking a lot of damage. Their civilians are taking a lot of damage. They killed 150 schoolgirls, but the prestige and the power projection of the U.S. in the Middle East has been damaged by this. And so again, I say that the people who are doing this are not rational actors. They're not doing it for economic reasons. They're not doing it to boost the U.S.'s power in the region. And it's scary. It's scary because it means that what else would they be prepared to do? And I wouldn't be surprised if they launched a nuclear weapon, to be honest, if they haven't already used nuclear bunker busters.
Well, I'm worried about Israel or some other group detonating a nuke and blaming Iran or something. I'm worried about false flags.
Apparently there was an attack on Cyprus, and I think the UK claimed that wasn't Iran. They claimed that maybe it came out of Lebanon, but we'll see. This is a fog of war situation. Like anyone can attack anyone, bring in anyone, and make this bigger. So
did you know the top rabbi, one of the top rabbis in Israel, is advising to blow up the Temple Mount and blame Iran for it, so they can now build their third temple. And he's on Israeli TV saying that. So now when they blow it up, they're going to get blamed. It's this weird thing about bragging about what they're going to do before they do it.
It's funny, actually. The CIA recently bragged, as you and Max talked about, that they're going to use the Kurds in Iraq as an army against Iran. And again, he said that this is just a ruse. They're going to send in boots on the ground. It's going to be like the Iraq War. There's going to be tens of thousands of soldiers being sent home in body bags. But they're going to claim it's the Kurds at first as a way to soften the blow of people into it. But yeah, the guy that says that he wants to blow up the mosque in Jerusalem. This is a very revered mosque because it said that the angel Gabriel. Look, I'm not the best when it comes to religion. I'm going to admit that right now.
I think they say
But
Jesus ascended from there.
you know what? Your info is as good as mine on that in that respect.
I'm going from memory. I haven't read the Quran in a while. No, look it up.
nor to be honest, nor have I. But the point is that they are, that would trigger a lot of the Muslims of the world. But that's why I don't think they're going to do it. Because right now, if they want the Arab world and the Gulf and the Sunni Islam to hate the Shias, and so it would be inconvenient for them to do the temple thing right now. I reckon if they were going to do it, they would do it once or after they project after Iran's defeat, although that is not a sure thing. This could be like Afghanistan. This could be worse, so much worse than Afghanistan. I think Iran is maybe the strongest country that the US has ever faced. They've never faced Russia directly. Russia has never dared to attack the US directly. China has never dared to attack the US directly. But Iran is currently facing an existential crisis. It's do or die for them now. So they don't really have a choice. And they're putting everything on the line. Like, this is what they call absolute Krieg and total war. I know we're going to break, so I'll let you have the last.
Yeah, let's talk about that when we come back. Yeah, it's. I mean, look, the U.S. full proxy war, massive amounts of money, over 2 million dead, Iran-Iraq war, and now we got special forces marching in with this collection of Al Qaeda and Islamic communists. We'll be right back. Stay with us. I'm making this announcement on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. You have until the 17th of March to take advantage of the March mega sale at thealexjonestore.com. It's one of the biggest sales of the year yet. Up to 40% off store-wide. 25% off on the shirts, on the hats. 10% off on things like the collectible knives, and up to 40% off on supplements like ultramethylene blue. And the more you buy, the more you save. These are incredible products. You've seen the rave reviews. You've seen the 5-star reviews. These are the very best game-changing supplements available, period. Again, I only sell things that really work because I want you to get them and I want you to love them. We now have an over 90% reorder on the supplements on the site. No one in that industry has it because the products are so good, and obviously you're loyal as well. And I thank you so much for keeping us on the air. We're changing the world. We're battling the globalists. We are having the greatest effect together. That's all of us against the new world order we've ever had. And it's all because of your support of my broadcast and other broadcasts like it. But regardless, the enemy recognizes that InfoWars is the tip of the spear. And the bad guys are continuing to read the newspapers, try to shut us down as early as late March. We're battling them in court. It looks like this could be the end. That's okay, because the InfoWar belongs to the people. The InfoWar is about telling the truth and countering the lies of the globalists. And the AlexJonesStore.com is not owned by me. It's owned by Bigly. The backup Alex Jones Network is ready. It's not owned by me. It's owned by them, and I work for them. And so as long as you support the sponsor, no matter what happens to InfoWars, the AlexJonesStore.com can keep us on the air. So right now, your purchase at the AlexJonesStore.com keeps InfoWars going, pays the payroll, the bandwidth, the satellites, all of it. But as soon as InfoWars shuts down, it's more critical than ever that you support the AlexJonesStore.com because it will move forward into the future as our main sponsor. But regardless, this is a win. Has InfoWars not delivered? In Gladiator, he chops up the first 4 guys when they throw them in the ring or in the arena, and he says, "Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?" I would say to you, are you not satisfied? Have we not delivered in the fight against the globalists? You bet on the right horse, and I'm asking you to continue to bet on us as the info war continues on, regardless, as we refuse to submit to tyrants. But the reason this is such a win-win or a non-zero-sum game or a 360 win, the term I coined over a decade ago, is because everybody participating supports freedom, supports the fight against tyrants, the fight for team humanity against the globalists, and you get incredible products at the same time. So if you haven't tried ultramethylene blue or our bovine colostrum or our CMOS or our Shilajit, these are all incredible products available right now at thealexjonestore.com. And if you're going to buy anything on the site, You become a VIP for $30 a month, cancel any time for free, and instantly $40 is put in your account. The second you click in a VIP, when it recurs each month, instantly $40 goes in. So you make $10 to spend on top of the $30 you spend. Special deals, special offers, and with one click in your profile, you cancel anytime for free. So it's a very light commitment, and you get special deals with everything else. So anybody buying anything on thealexjoneswar.com should be a VIP, so make sure you do that. So take advantage of the March mega sale right now, running until the 17th at thealexjoneswar.com, and be the reason we'll always stay on the air. Again, I salute you and thank you. Take action now.
Methylene blue, it is tremendous. I would not be making this video if I didn't believe in it. After I take it throughout the day, I start feeling better and better and better. My workouts, I feel like I'm 15 years younger than I am. And the app that I record my running on proves that my workouts are getting better. So I gotta tell you what, God, family, country, InfoWars, and methylene blue. Get it while you can.
Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones. Big Brother, mainstream media, government cover-ups. You want to stop tyranny? Well, so does he. Live from the Infowars.com studios, it's Alex Jones.
All right, I want to take your phone calls right in the next hour. If Syrian Girl wants to ride shotgun, she can stay with us the next hour and a half, interspersing whatever she wants to say here with her unique, experienced view of the world. But yeah, no, it's now confirmed that Trump and CENTCOM thought the war with Iran would last only 48 hours. That's what some told him, not the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Now the Zionists on X are saying it's going to go for a long time. They're saying up until September. And here's my deal. I know that Israel has its views and its perspective. So do the Arabs and all the rest of it. And then the Persians. But just on the economic level of this, we can't survive it. They can't. The world's teetering on the edge here. And then I see the arrogance of the former Israeli Prime Minister, Bennett. In fact, get that clip ready. I've seen him say it like 5 times now. I found new clips. He said it again yesterday. He said, oh, Turkey's the real enemy. And we think we can't trust Saudi Arabia. He didn't say that in this clip. The one I saw last night, he's now attacking Saudi Arabia. I mean, boy, Israel, I guess, gets emboldened by their success and now just thinks they're invincible. And here's my deal. I can think 2 or 3 steps ahead. Israel has a whole bunch of nuclear weapons. They have the Samson option. I don't hate them because of who they are. I literally don't. But I do not like them endangering all of nuclear war in megalomania. So this behavior is insane. If people don't know, Turkey has the largest conventional military in Europe. And you better believe they got nukes, just like a lot of other people do. Not just Pakistan, folks. Saudi Arabia's got them. Everybody's got them, okay? And I see the wild look in the eyes of Bennett and Netanyahu, and they look like they've been plugged into an electricity socket. They look like they're snorting methamphetamine or something. They really like this. This is fun for them. And this audience of activists, are people, you hear the veterans calling, they're really concerned because they've been around this. We want to just make civilization survive. But to these globalists, they love rolling the dice. And I'll say, Trump looks a little too happy right now. Because even if we were in the right to be doing this, it shouldn't be so jolly. It shouldn't be such a big joke. Pride go for a fall. So I want to go to some phone calls, intersperse a lot of news here, but Iran war live. Trump says U.S. will have a role in choosing Iran's next leader. Israel orders southern Beirut evacuation. So now you know it's about to start there. Bombing in Lebanon, which has already been happening. So this is unending war. Trump says it may last forever. This is the opposite of what he ran on. I'm between a rock and a hard place because Republican candidates on average are much better domestically and socially and even not wanting war with Russia. So I guess people have to just go out and check each candidate and don't vote a straight ticket but you're not going to be able to vote for Trump anyways. People say, well, don't vote for Republicans in the midterms. I don't think Trump cares. I don't think the neocons care if the Republicans lose control, because I think the deal's already been made. I mean, I think what I've been holding off saying is watch the Justice Department kill all the investigations into the auto pin, into Arctic frost, crossfire hurricane. Trump allowed those investigations to get the dirt and put the clamps on the deep state. And now they've made a deal to roll over to him and his family once he's out of office. I think that's pretty much a surety now, because the way they bring in good prosecutors to get all the dirt, then remove them, put the bad guys in. And I think that's a real miscalculation by Trump and his family. I think that's about a 99% approximation right there. Because this is Machiavellian thinking. This is what they think is smart. This is how you survive. Well, then I'd have taken the $50 million, Trump, for the richest man in the world at the time, each year to come out and attack you. But I didn't. And then I got everything that came out because I believed you were going to do a better job. So don't try to explain survival to me. But that makes it even more particularly disgusting than I think at this point. There's no doubt, at least his orbit has taken the money. We know that. That's a lot to unpack there, Sarah Girl. Give us your take on it, and then we'll go to phone calls.
Well, I just don't think we can vote, or we, as in the American people. I'm not American, but I don't think you can vote your way out of this. I don't think that democracy is working in the United States as it should. I don't think Trump is necessarily the one behind this. He's going along with plans that have already been set into place, and powerful people are making the decisions. And I'm afraid that there needs to be something else that's done other than just trying to vote, because obviously that's not working. And this is, it's unfortunate that we've come here, because we all knew that we were going to end up here. We tried to stop it. We were informing people, but again, what are people supposed to do? We need solutions. I wanted to bring your attention as well to Zelensky. Yes, and you have on screen here. They're already talking about, in the U.S. media, they're already talking about sending in boots on the ground. It's been 4 days. I mean, if the air war and the naval ship war is going so great, then why are we already talking about boots on the ground? It doesn't seem like it's going that great. So Zelensky's actually just now announced that he's going to jump in the war 2 hours ago, saying that he's going to supply the U.S. with drone warfare technology. I don't know why they would need that.
Whoa, I missed this. Zelensky is now sticking his nose and bringing Europe directly into this.
Yes. And interestingly, this is 2 hours ago announced on his X. Interestingly, the Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov also subsequently announced that they're going to make sure that the U.S. loses in Iran.
Yeah, I saw that headline. He said, we'll do whatever we have to make sure this attack fails.
Yes, but also before that, Zelensky was already making announcements about Iran and about how Ukraine is going to help. And 2 hours ago, he's doubled down.
So let's explain that. Maybe a first in history. The proxy puppet in a whole nother theater war is now coming into a whole nother proxy conflict. And then, of course, Russia then has to come into that conflict. Even though they have an alliance with Iran, they weren't officially getting in. Now this will force them to.
Well, I think historians may look at the era that we have lived in, and maybe they will call it World War III. Because I've been looking at the airplanes, and there's so much airspace that they can't go through. They can't go over Iranian airspace, Syrian, Iraqi, Israeli. Now the UAE's shut its airspace down. They can't go over Ukrainian airspace. So it's I don't think it's necessarily regional, and it may even get bigger, but it's a slow burn. I think what we might end up seeing soon is that the Yemeni Houthis are going to cut off the Gulf of Aden, which will result in even more intense economic, crackdown. And the Iranians are saying...
Let's be clear. I totally agree with you. I said back when Trump was president-elect that Putin will announce within 1 week that World War III has begun. You can actually look that up, because you have North Korea, China involved with Russia. You have Europe, the U.S. involved. That's a world war when the numbers are up there and you got 1 million dead. So, yeah, we're officially in a new world war. the CIA called the Cold War World War III. This is the Fourth World War. It's already very kinetic. And so, so yes, we are inside, going from the first phases into the real hot phase of the Fourth World War, according to the Rand Corporation and all the AI war models. And that's why the Joint Chiefs of Staff told Trump, this has too many downsides. We advise you against this. But they said, we'll follow your orders, sir. And he did this. Then they got their propaganda in line behind it. But this is extremely dangerous. And a lot of Americans have this reflexive conditioned thing that we've gotten away with this. And this has happened so many times before. That's a different time, a different place, different country. And this is just so fraught with danger, and it's unpopular at home. It's just an unmitigated disaster. And I just hope that Trump's acting confidently and stuff just to get a deal, and that he's not actually believing the stuff he's saying. Everybody loves the war. It's so great. Oh, man, we've got great weapons. It's just like, come on, man, this is really serious. Let's go to Josh in Arkansas. Thanks for holding, Josh. You're on the air with Syrian Girl. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for taking the call.
Welcome.
I want to say that, I think Trump has maybe 2 weeks to really bombard and go really hard on this and fill his way out, because most people don't have any idea what's going on. They're still worried about baseball season coming up. I
agree. It's like Ukraine and Iran are on Mars or something. They don't know they're only a few, 7,000 to 8,000 miles away.
Right. We can all see here and talk this and everything, and we look at somebody on the street, and they'll just look at us like they're in the headlights. They're stupid. And even if you watch the news or YouTube, you can't find the live feed. Nobody knows what's going on. He has a chance to back out of this, though. We feel it because we're in it.
So, as a former Marine, what do you think Trump should do?
I think he does what they did in Iraq. He needs to lie to it. Go in, kick their ass. It's not on the news yet, and then back everybody off and go ahead and give it to all the other Gulf countries and say, here you go. We'll give it to you on a silver platter, and now we're out. And then he can come home and still be a hero. Now they went ahead and they bombed Dubai, Saudi Arabia, all the Gulf countries. They can make their own alliance, let them run that part of the world over there, and then he can walk out and say, hey, we did it.
Well, first you said we should not too late to pull out, and I agree with that. But let me tell you, none of those Arab countries want to go into Persia and try to run that place. That's like literally the Iraqis tried that. A couple million people died. It's definitely not good. Thank you, Josh. What it is a disaster. Nathan in Tennessee, you're on the air with Syrian Girl. Go ahead. You're a former Army. Go ahead.
Great to speak with you again, Alex. First things first, I think Trump needs to focus on any domestic terrorists or potential domestic terrorists, isolate those. I think the ICE maneuvers since he's been reelected was telltale signs of all of this coming to a head. I think he knew back then that this was part of the plan, because he was already making maneuvers to deport these people that were potential terrorist cells. But I think that needs to be doubled down, tripled down on right now, especially after what's happened. The other thing I would say is, people better get ready. I think we're going to be in for a financial collapse one way or another here pretty soon, and God bless us all. I hope we can get through it. When I was active, this was 20 years ago. Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, Russia, China. Those were the big ones. I was military intelligence, and those were the big ones that we did. Field training exercises on a regular basis because of their technological capabilities. So anything on that list, there may have been one or two I left off, but those are the big ones. If we haven't already got to them, it was already part of the pre-planned, attack scenario for what we wanted to do there long term. I'd like to get your analysis on how this plays into Agenda 2030. I believe there's definitely some of this going on. I don't fully trust Trump. I've voted for him every time, but once a billionaire, always a billionaire, and all of the world's a stage. He may be playing his part to perfection for all we know. We have to keep that grain of salt.
Or he might just be 79 and trying to be out of his mind. Regardless, it's the same thing. Yeah, I can talk for 10 hours about scenarios. You probably are smarter than I am, but here's the thing. We're at the end of an old bubble. It's a new cycle. This is when wars historically happen every time. The globalists know that, and that's why all this is popping off right now, and that's why it's so dangerous. Thanks for the call. Look at this. Macron declares attacks on Iran violate international law. Spanish member of parliament calls on Spain to leave NATO. Now, here's the deal. I like Trump ending the old international order and not following the UN. But there's been international law before that. You don't attack people first when they don't attack you. That's chivalry. That's thousands of years old, okay? Okay? So we know that. And so the fact that, France is even saying you shouldn't have done this, and then Trump's up there saying, oh, yeah, I'm running a war. See, they legally don't want to say war because that's when it becomes war crime territory. And that's why Rubio went, oh, Israel acted first because that's who commits the war crime and Israel doesn't care. And then, who's already charged the war crimes. That's why that was all done, was to cover our ass. Syrian girl, your take on that?
They're going to try to sell you this war using a bunch of lies. For example, they'll say that Iran is the biggest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. Iran fought against ISIS and Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and in Syria. They are not the enemy of the United States. They have not been responsible for ISIS terrorist attacks. ISIS
let's be clear. Right now, Al-Qaeda, it's even CNN, Al-Qaeda in Iraq is being sent into Iran by the U.S. government.
Al-Qaeda is happy that Khamenei has been killed. ISIS is celebrating. It's funny to see both those, dancing Iranian OnlyFans girls, the liberal feminist types, they're celebrating, and then ISIS is celebrating. It's like the drag queen ISIS alliance against Iran. And so it's all a bunch of crap. What is happening, as you said, Israel, you have Naftali saying they want to attack Turkey and Saudi Arabia next, is because they have this project of getting everything from the Nile to the Euphrates. And that might seem insane, but even the creation of Israel itself was considered like a crazy conspiracy theory 100 years ago, right? So that's what their objective is. So, again, like they want Americans to accept dying for this project, this greater Asian
What do you
project.
make of France? What do you think of France declaring Trump's actions criminal?
What I thought was super interesting is Macron also said that France is going to start hiding the number of nukes that it has, and then they're going to increase their stockpiles. So what I see is a schism forming between the US and the European allies, because the European allies are going to be absolutely decimated economically. Like they rely a lot on energy from the Middle East. And so they are very unhappy with what's happening right now. And this is his nuclear comment, as well as this recent comment, to me shows that they're sort of cocooning. They're no longer wanting to be part of the war machine. They haven't joined this war.
Sure, and how will it affect China that gets a large portion of its energy from the Strait of Hormuz? They're in panic mode right now. What will they do?
Well, that's why Iranians have said they will only allow Chinese ships in and out. So it's gonna affect India, and it's gonna affect Europe, and it's gonna affect the rest of the world, but it's not gonna affect China or Russia. Russia's gonna make some money off this as well because they make money off oil. So it hasn't helped the United States essentially, or Europe. And I wanted to say, like, Trump might appear happy, but I don't think he's actually happy. I think he's putting on a brave face to try to intimidate Iran. But what I wanted to really, it's important, is to explain why I don't think, even if Trump sued for peace right now, that it would necessarily happen, because the trust is broken now, and there's like a blood debt to pay in the minds of the Iranians, because the Pope has been killed, their version of the Pope. So even if they wanted an off-ramp, the mode that Iran is in right now is called absolute Krieg, or total war, which means that they are like they're basically, if you look, they're fighting war on 8 different fronts because they're going after every U.S. base, no matter what country it's in. Even Qatar, which, I think some people on here for the last 12 months have been saying is secretly undermining U.S. politics to support Palestine. Now is clearly against Iran on the U.S.-Israel side. I know they used to call Tucker Carlson Qatar Carlson and all that. Qatar, as we now see, houses one of the biggest U.S. bases in the region. So what Iran, there's so much layers to this. What I wanted to get across is the caller, he said the Arab countries can go after Iran. The Arab countries do not have any military. Okay, Saudi Arabia is probably one of the strongest in the region. They have no interest, but they pale in comparison to the strength of the Iranians. The Iranians are facing the United States. Saudi Arabia is nothing compared to that. The UAE isn't even a real country. It's a glorified gas
Well, let's go over the
station.
math. I mean, if you had a large portion of the Iranians die in the CIA-backed Iraq war in the 80s, it's like 30% of the Russians died in World War II. People ask why they're so militarized. I mean, folks, imagine if you lost 30% of your population. We didn't lose 1% in World War II or World War I. So, and it's still a big deal. So that's why when you have most of your family wiped out, it's you start expecting it. You're on a war footing, and so for the Iranians, I've studied their psychology. For the serious ones, not the kids running around and stuff, they're ready to die. They've been brought up their whole thing ready for this, and now it's here.
And I think that now, when previously Iran might not have been in the mindset to build the bomb, as we said, the Khamenei, their version of the Pope, issued a fatwa against nuclear weapons, saying it's immoral. Now I think they're in that mindset that they may in fact build the bomb, because they are so, they're like a cornered cat at the moment. And one thing I wanted to get across to your viewers is the Iranians are Persians. They don't speak Arabic. So this notion that the Arabs are gonna, invade Persia and take it over and rule it is just, it is ridiculous. But I also wanted to get across another notion. The notion of there's 2 different or maybe even 3 different types of Arab. You have the Gulf Arab. They live in very rich oil producing desert areas. And then you have the Levant Arabs, or Arab speaking, like Arameans who have been Arabized. So we originally, for example, in Syria, in Palestine, in Lebanon, we originally spoke Aramaic. Then there was the Arab invasion, and they brought Islam, and they brought the Arab language. But if we have the Fertile Crescent, we have snow, we have cities that we've built we've been settled, like we're not nomadic. We have built settlements, civilization, 5,000 years, Iraq as well. So there's a big divide between the so-called Arabs of Palestine and Syria.
Yeah, let's just say it.
And
the Saudi Arabians, the Wahhabis, were funded by the British to take over Syria and the rest of it and dominate, which is the same story over and over again. They attack any civilization with the caveman version of Islam, and that's the same story over and over again, but like creating Hamas. And then give us the third type of Arab.
Well, that would be North Africa, but
yeah, the African Arab.
We don't talk about that. Just kidding. They descend from Berbers. They also were Arabized, essentially Amazigh and Berbers. They had their own language. Yeah, the Moors. And when you say we say Berber or barbarian, like where that word comes from? It comes from Berber, because when the Arabs came to North Africa, they couldn't understand what they were babbling about or berbering about, and that's where the word comes from. But
yeah, because you had a very advanced civilization in North Africa until they showed up. You had the Carthaginians and all of it, and Alexandria and all of it.
Yes, which I think that this would help people understand why there's a divide at the moment between the side that is Iran and Palestine, and the Gulf Arab states, which have all of these U.S. military bases, because a lot of those nations are really built out of sand. The UAE, for example, total, I've been there, just total materialism, buy, oil, prostitutes, crypto bros, pimps, Ukrainians, Russian refugees, Palestinian refugees, Syrian refugees. It's 9 million people, and 75% of the population are foreign. So it is essentially like the ultimate multiculturalism place. So this is like a globalist phenomena, right? UAE is an example of the globalist, world they want to create, where everybody's in there from all over the world. So is Israel, actually. Israel is also, everybody's in there from all over the world. But I digress a lot from the topic at hand. I don't see many avenues for an off-ramp, because at this point, Iran's not going to trust negotiations.
This is a war 30 years in the making. And somebody Netanyahu said, I've wanted this war for 40 years. Stay there. Let's take a few more calls. And then Ivan Raiklin, on former Green Beret Defense Intelligence Agency, will give his take. But we'll take these calls, and that's it. Wade and others, stay there. We'll be back in hour number 4. Has InfoWars not delivered? In Gladiator, he chops up the first 4 guys when they throw him in the ring, or in the arena, and he says, "Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?" Well, I would say to you, are you not satisfied? Have we not delivered in the fight against the globalists? You bet on the right horse, and I'm asking you to continue to bet on us as the info war continues on, regardless, as we refuse to submit to tyrants. But the reason this is such a win-win, or a non-zero sum game, or a 360 win, the term I coined over a decade ago, is because everybody participating supports freedom, supports the fight against tyrants, the fight for team humanity against the globalists, and you get incredible products at the same time. So if you haven't tried Ultramethylene Blue, or our bovine colostrum, or our CMOS, or our Shilajit, these are all incredible products available right now at thealexjonesstore.com. And if you're going to buy anything on the site, you can become a VIP for $30 a month, cancel any time for free, and instantly $40 is put in your account. The second you click a VIP, when it recurs each month, instantly $40 goes in. So you make $10 to spend on top of the $30 you spend. Special deals, special offers, and with one click of your profile, you cancel anytime for free. So it's a very light commitment, and you get special deals on everything else. So anybody buying anything on thealexjonesstore.com should be a VIP, so make sure you do that. You have until the 17th of March to take advantage of the March mega sale at thealexjonesstore.com. This is one of the biggest sales of the year yet, up to 40% off store-wide, 25% off on the shirts, on the hats, 10% off on things like the collectible knives, and up to 40% off on supplements like Ultramethylene Blue. And the more you buy, the more you save. So take advantage of the March mega sale right now, running until the 17th at thealexjonesstore.com, and be the reason we'll always stay on the air. Again, I salute you and thank you. Take action now.
If you are receiving this transmission, you are the resistance.
All right, Siri Girl's our guest. Ivan Rakel's going to be popping in with us here. I'm going to finish up with your phone calls as well. Wade in California, you're on the air. Welcome. All right, we'll try to take a call here. Go ahead, Wade.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Wade, go ahead.
Yes. Why would Trump move on Iran when, it's like for his glory, you know what I mean? It's like God didn't tell him to do that. You know what I mean? As far as like, when he was guiding them through the wilderness and some guys went ahead, he sent fiery serpents to kill them because that's his glory, you know what I mean? And he ain't trying to share it with nobody. That's why he saved Trump's life. I mean, we'd all be screwed. I mean, I was ready to go to war back then. I mean, if Trump would have died, we'd have been done. And then Canada, over one stupid joke, God's got, he ain't joking. This is no joke. He got the globalists elected, and now they're chemtrailing like us everywhere. I see my trees dying. They're ready to scorch earth us. I see them doing ops for this reservoir I live next to.
I'm going to let you go, brother. Here's the deal. We are on a bunch of radio stations, and everybody cusses on TV, but there's FCC rules. We have to follow the rules somebody else does. You can cuss a few times. We hit the delay button so the stations don't hear it. when you keep doing it, you are hanging up on yourself. I was trying to get the gist of what you were saying, but Sherry Girl, what is your gut level on Trump? I mean, I know Trump's MO. I know him well. I think he really thinks this was the right thing to do. I think he was set up.
I think he was convinced that this CIA regime change operation wasn't going well. It was losing momentum. And in order to inject energy into the Iranian revolution, which is like the OnlyFans, feminist liberal revolution and / monarchist revolution, the only way to inject energy into it is to kill Ayatollah Khamenei. And he did it. And they thought it was going to be a 48-hour thing. He thought that the revolutionaries were going to, as a result of this, rise up and overthrow the state. But it's kind of hard to do when you're being bombed. Like Tehran, which a lot of liberals are in. I was in Tehran, as you know, you had known last time. They're being bombed. Like they have 150 schoolgirls, not just that, like people are running through the streets, calling their family. I saw videos of a woman calling her mom. She's like, get out of the buildings, get out of the buildings. And she was, she didn't have any head covering. She was showing her hair and she was running through the street. So it didn't do as probably they told Trump would happen, which is cause a revolution and an overthrow of the state. And now they're in total war. There's very few opportunities for an exit strategy. I'm going to pull up a paper and give it to your producer as well, where they suggested that there was going to be ladders of escalation and de-escalation and avenues.
No, they told Trump that and off ramps.
Yes, but there are no off ramps. I would like to see if at the moment, if Trump said, I want a ceasefire, I'm not sure the Iranians themselves would accept it. I fear that anyone in Iran who is now like willing to say, okay, ceasefire, might actually get shot.
Did you miss it? 2 days ago, Trump offered that, and then they said no, so that he blew up the council meeting to elect a new mullah.
Every single time they kill people, they're just going to end up with crazier and crazier people is what I predict. Like it's gonna be if you have like a peace guy and then you kill him, you get replaced with someone even more hawkish because the guy that's replacing him knows he's going into a position where he might die. So I don't think this is like, I think that they're realizing they're killing these leaders, but the war goes on. The war doesn't stop. You kill these leaders and missiles are flying and they tell us lies about there's not being any missiles. There's missiles every single day.
Wow. Okay, let's get a final comment from you and a few more calls. And Ivan Raiklan has a lot to say on this and on the election and on what do we do about the midterms. We'll be right back in 60 seconds. Stay with us. I'm not an influencer, by the way. I'm a patriot and a journalist and a pundit and an analyst and a futurist and a father and a guy who loves God. Influencer comes from the time of Plato and Aristotle and Socrates. And influencers are people that use rhetoric without facts and reality and logic to convince dumb people. So when the globalists call you all influencers and you go, yeah, I'm an influencer, it just shows how stupid you are. Stop calling yourselves influencers. I'm a philosopher. I'm a warrior. I'm a game changer. I'm a historian. I'm a fighter. I'm a pioneer. I'm an explorer. I got red blood. It's pumping in my big heart fast. I like life and freedom and justice. I like women. I like red meat. I like guns. I like sunsets and puppy dogs. And ladies of the night. To quote Waylon Jennings.
Defending the Republic from enemies foreign and domestic. It's Alex Jones.
If Kamala Harris would already have us in a Great Depression, the admitted Great Reset plan to bring us to our knees, social credit score, all of it. And so I have been fighting hard for Trump, very proud of all of us getting him in. Do not apologize for how much good we got done, but he is going sideways now. And it is truly horrific. I mean, just today, they killed all the investigations in the auto pen that are open and shut with the whistleblowers. So more and more, the good guys are out, the bad guys are in. We'll talk to Ivan Raiklan about that in a moment. But in closing, Syrian girl, with all your experience in the Middle East, your reportage, I noticed a few months ago you were in Iran. You went to the big malls with a bunch, almost none of the women were even wearing hijabs. You were there with your hair all out, pretty and everything. Everybody was smiling at you. They were starting to reform quite a bit, just like Saudi Arabia. And also, a lot of what we hear about Iran was not accurate. And I'm certainly there have been some lunatics. They have their hardcore people. But at the end of the day, Israel and the United States publicly, as I said on Tuesday, I knew what was going on, have invaded out of Iraq with the communist Kurds and Al-Qaeda. And that's mainstream news, already played the clip saying it, that former head of Al-Qaeda is the dictator of Syria now. He's fully endorsed all this. I mean, this is sick. And I just, it's so surreal to see Trump go against everything he said he would do. Final comments.
Thank you so much. Well, look, I was born in Syria, Damascus. And if you look at me, there's people like me right now that are under the bombs. These wars have resulted in, my country being taken over by Al-Qaeda. And this was considered like good strategy. And Trump said it himself, like, I put this guy in there, which I think is pretty shameful. But then to turn around and say we have to kill these Muslims in Iran after putting Al-Qaeda in power in Syria, and he's killing all of these minorities, there's a hypocrisy there. And it's clear that the agenda is to, convince you of these wars. We are not your enemy. We have nothing but, a feeling of camaraderie for you, because we're all under Agenda 21 and Agenda 30. We're all gonna own nothing and be happy in the end, because we're all, just like slaves to these people. So I don't want any beef with the United States, and I don't think the Iranian people either would. I think in other circumstances, we would be.
No, I totally agree. But just interrupt before you finish up. Here's how dumb I think we are.
Sure.
I remember after 9/11, they chose to say Saddam was running Al-Qaeda. Saddam hated Al-Qaeda, captured, tortured, killed any in the country. That was his arch enemy. He also went to war with the Shiites. He was very secular until the end. He would use it to manipulate the population. He had Playboy magazines on store shelves, rock and roll. He wanted bikinis sold in stores. He outlawed burqas, basically, okay? Then they turn around and say Saddam's Al-Qaeda, he attacked us on 9/11 when it was Israel and the neocons that ran the whole attacks, okay? So it's the same thing. Then they turn around and say Assad is ISIS and Al-Qaeda when he was fighting them. Now they've invaded Iran with Al-Qaeda, and they're saying they're Al-Qaeda because they think we're stupid. And I'll tell you, the average American's not dumb. They're just not informed, and it pisses me off.
It was in the Hillary Clinton emails. Was it Jake, I forget his name. He said, Al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria.
Jake Sullivan.
How did it end? Jake Sullivan, that's the one. How did it end? It ended with Al-Qaeda in power. So, look, this is basically the last war on that list, maybe North Korea next after that. That this is going to be maybe the biggest war we've seen since more than the Iraq war, more than anything in Libya or Syria. And
well, notice they chose Iran last because it's going to be more difficult than all the others combined.
Correct. And it's 4 days in, and it's already been absolute devastation on both sides. I'm not saying Iran's like scot-free. It's total annihilation on both sides. 4 days, 5 days in. So for the American people, what can you guys do? Like, please help us, and let's help each other. Maybe you can not join the army. Maybe you can, punish, using vote independent, as they said in The Simpsons. What, they had two aliens, and someone said, "I'll vote independent." And the aliens said, well, go ahead, waste your vote. Well, if you have to do that, maybe that's what you should do. I'm not American, but whatever's been going on, we haven't been able to stop these wars. So you, the great thinkers, and you, the heroes of the info war, who I've been watching since I was a teenager, by the way, it's up to you guys. You have to find out how we're going to solve this problem, because we don't have that much time left before we see mushroom clouds outside our window. And I don't exaggerate on that. I do think that's the end of this.
You can feel the danger. Partisan Girl on Twitter, on X, YouTube, Serious Girl Partisan, Telegram, Syrian Girl Partisan. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you so much for having me on. Always a pleasure.
You bet. Be safe. All right. I'll continue with calls with Jim and Daryl and Chris and Al.